not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to me. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. Thank you, honorable members. I now invite the Honorable Minister, One Echin, to make his contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution on this motion that was presented to the House by the Honorable Mr. David Patterson, who's absent at this time. Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond to the parts of that presentation that were decipherable, because I must admit all was not clear, and I wish to begin where he started. The honorable member started his presentation by referring to Minister Anthony's appeal for vaccination so that we could achieve herd immunity, and made a snide remark that the reason why there is hesitancy in the vaccination program is because people don't trust the government. May I remind the honorable member and all of the other members of the opposition, the reason why you are in opposition is because people couldn't trust you anymore. You lost a no confidence motion. You lost a no confidence motion. You sought to abuse the collective intelligence of our country by manufacturing narratives. You went to the election with a slogan that said decency, integrity, and honesty, and you portrayed every single characteristic contrary to that. You lost an election.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on point of order. The honourable member is I have never been party to any no confidence motion.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, without hesitation, I apologize to the honourable member, Mr. Schumer. Those comments, you are excluded, sir. Mr. Speaker, and I come straight to the actual motion, of which the honourable member has not yet spoken to, even though he proposed the motion. I suspect somebody else wrote it, and he was asked to ramble around it. But since somebody else wrote it and I read it, I will speak to it. This motion presumably seeks to come to the House with some noble intentions to say, look, the oil and gas sector in Guyana is a very important sector. We should have bipartisan collaboration in terms of its development. Let us get a multi-agency task force working together, and let us ensure that when Guyana's development is done, it is done across the board in all the counties. La, 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 la. And on reading of it, sir, at face value, you might want to think that this is something that you may want to support. But sir, listening to what was said, and knowing the character, track record, and current modus operandi of the APNU-AFC, you had to take this with a pinch of salt and listen to the real story. It is not what is said, it's what was not said. Mr. Speaker, let me give you some issues that we may want to consider. When it comes to openness and transparency and accountability as it relates to the oil and gas sector, no one in the APNU AFC could ever believe that they could lecture the government on how we should manage these affairs in a transparent and open manner. They had it for 5 years, and they were anything else but transparent. They came to this parliament and it had to be forced out of them after media headlines and the publication of letters to show that they had collected a signing bonus. They failed to tell the parliament and to disclose. Mr. Speaker, I heard the honorable member talking about Houston, but the only Houston he should be talking about is Houston, Texas. It can't be Houston, Guyana, where there's a shore-based facility, because if we go to that, sir, he must be able to stand and ask, why is it that you couldn't compulsory acquire the lands that he's now talking about in Berbice, but he was able to compulsory acquire lands at Houston. Is it because he had positioned the new Demerara Harbor Bridge to pass at a certain location to benefit a certain person? But the Crab Island situation, he hadn't had all the deals in place as yet. And since we're talking about this, let me respond to another thing before I address some other matters. Berbice, as a deep water harbor, was not a development or an idea of the APNU AFC PNC. This was something that was developed under the People's Progressive Party Civic. As a matter of fact, every time you talk about the Lethem Linden Road and engagement with northern Brazil, you cannot complete that conversation without talking about a deep water harbor. The pre-feasibility identified the only way that road is feasible is because we'll be able to trade with northern Brazil, and that road is impacting for that part, but you need to be accompanied by a deep water harbor. And that deep water harbor, Berbice, was always the area that was identified by the People's Progressive Party Civic. So don't come here and lecture us. Don't come here and lecture us. Mr. Speaker, and let me just say, Berbice had three things working for them in terms of the deep water harbor. Bauxite. So let me examine bauxite. Old North had a facility out in the Berbice River where they were using for the transshipment of bauxite from Arima and Rosal to the bigger ships. Old North has packed up and gone home because friends, supporters, aided and abetted by people aligned and closely associated with the PNC-led APNUFC blocked the Berbice River and prevented that activity from taking place. Secondly, the Berbice River and the Deepwater Harbor in the Berbice River would have been supported by a booming forestry sector. It is bad forestry policies that practically shut down communities of Ururu and Kukwani and other areas where, because of policy direction or misdirection in policy by the AP and UAFC, killed forestry and it couldn't continue. And Mr. Speaker, thirdly, the Berbice Deepwater Harbor and Port Facility would have been important to support sugar and rice. And we don't need to state again tonight what the APNU AFC did to sugar by shutting those estates down. And now you want to come and tell us about moving Deepwater Harbor and shore-based development to Berbice area. As if you are sincere. But this is what we have here again tonight, sir. Another case of sanctimonious gangsterism. That is what we're having here again with this motion. Mr. Speaker, ExxonMobil is one of the operators in Guyana in terms of our oil and gas sector. But I would like to inform the move of this motion, all members of this National Assembly, that Guyana's economic development in all three counties, Demerara, Berbice, and Essequibo, is not linked to just merely oil and gas. The PPP sees vision and policy direction, and our interventions and initiative for economic advancement of Guyana is not a one-sector approach. We continue to pursue in a great way agriculture. We continue to pursue and support in a great way mining, bauxite, gold, diamond. We continue to pursue fisheries and other crops while we support rice and sugar. We have given clear policy direction to ensure that we, in a sustainable manner, continue our forestry sector, and at the same time ensuring that there is sustainability in our forests. We have envisioned and advanced a strategy to ensure that Guyana is able to trade in climate services. We have advanced information communication technology. There was a time in Guyana when there was no sector that was known as information communication technology. We advanced that sector by creating the initiatives, making our people computer literate, by introducing the One Laptop per Family program. We put in the fiber optic backbone cable from Crabwood Creek to Charity. We worked to bring in the cable to improve bandwidth, and at the same time encourage call centers into Guyana where thousands of young people work in information communication technology. In our holistic developmental approach, tourism and our brand of ecotourism was encouraged by ensuring that we have the facilities for eco lodges in our hinterland, to ensure the building of hotels in our center, to ensure that we have a modernized airport which is still to be completed after being mishandled by the APNU AFC. We worked with the private sector and created the financing and the architecture for the development of Ogle, which is now an international hotel. We brought into being this very convention center that we are meeting in, and built the CARICOM headquarters and the Marriott Hotel to be able to bring major CARICOM and other international conferences to Guyana. So we were not just talking about oil and oil and oil. Guyana's development is a holistic development. Demerara, Berbice, and Essequibo, all 10 regions. So whether it's a climate services, whether it's agriculture, whether it's forestry, whether it's mining, whether it's ICT, whether it's agro-processing, whether it's manufacturing, we are creating the environment to ensure that economic boom.
Honorable Member Mr. Mahi Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand on Standing Order 41-1. The Honorable Member is not speaking to the motion that is before him, sir, and I crave your indulgence to guide the Honorable Member that the motion before the House has to do with
Honorable Member Mr. Mahi Paul, thanks for your observation, except I will allow the Honorable Minister to continue. I don't uphold as a point of order.
This approach about ensuring that there are shore-based facilities in Berbice or in Essequibo, as to say if there are not shore bases there, Guyana will not develop, is a fallacy. It's a fallacy. Because when you check our track record, we have done everything that was humanly possible, even with the opposition boycott, interference, and stymieing of major development. We would have had the Amalia today had it not been stymied in the 10th Parliament. We would have been having electricity for industrialization and manufacturing at about 8 to 10 cents a kilowatt hour, had it not been for irresponsible politicking, for narrow political purposes, which led them nowhere. So, Mr. Speaker, we have come back to government, and may I put on the record, oil was found under the People's Progressive Party Civic. As a matter of fact, may I remind that it was President Janet Jagan who was criticized by the then PNC for making all the concessions to Exxon for them to be able to promote drilling and exploration that caused them to be here and we have oil. Mr. Speaker, they took over an economy that was booming. We had 10 years of uninterrupted economic growth leading to 2014. When they took office, oil and gas, had it been carefully managed, would have been a sector that would have catapulted our development and take us into the next level. But what we had over the last 5 years, lack of policy direction, lack of being transparent with the people of Guyana, improper negotiations, incompetence in getting the best for Guyana. That is what we inherited. And you know something, Mr. Speaker? When we came to office, and I heard the minister, somehow he puts a motion, and a debate is here, and he's absent. He's absent. Mr. Speaker, when we came to office, one of the things we found is that there were a number of local entities, notice the word, local entities, who had applications for no objections and permits for waterfront development and shore-based development that were not being processed. But Mr. Speaker, may I remind you that while we were in opposition, we exposed the giveaway of lands in specific places, whether it was Dalawala in the upper Demerara River, whether it was at the West Demerara where the notable Serato Phillips and Hopkinson got land, whether it was at Crab Island, whether it was Bohemia. We spoke and we were suspicious that a lot of these lands that were being given away in deals that were not clear. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, the record will show that even after March 2nd, 2020, when the APNU-AFC lost government and they were holding on to power, they were still busy transferring lands to friends and cronies. What a shame! So what is the real situation? The real situation is, Mr. Patterson referred to studies that were done. But the only thing those studies helped Mr. Patterson and his group with was to where to give land so that they could have an advantage to benefit with the flipping of land. So now that there is a new government in place, and it looks like the policy direction is not going to go to favor certain people who got parcels of lands at certain specific places, they're coming to the National Assembly now with a water wash motion with crocodile tears. Let the National Assembly operate in a bipartisan way and let us sit down together in a multi-agency task force so that you will be able to position developmental projects to suit your friends and cronies. For the PPPC have been elected to govern, and govern we will. Govern we will. And when we will govern in the interest and for the benefit of all the people. So, Mr. Speaker, ExxonMobil has indicated that if it's truth I'm speaking, that's why you're sitting there. And if Ms. Ferguson wants me to speak the truth, I could read an audit report for her. But I will spare her tonight. Yes, Mr. Speaker. So now that we are in government, and ExxonMobil has had numerous fines, the Honorable Minister has just announced to the public, I think it's the 20th fine. We anticipate there will have to be a lot more FPSOs. Right now, a few years ago, we used to have maybe 40 ships making a call at Port Georgetown. The last record I have from Marad, it's more than 700 a month. The traffic is busy, things are happening, and more will be happening. As a government, let me make it very clear. The jobs that should go to Guyanese will not be given away to people in Trinidad and in Houston, Texas. We will develop the capacity in Guyana and provide the environment for locals to participate. So whether those developments are at West Demerara, whether they're at Parika, whether they're in the Pabaroon River mouth, whether they're to be in Borbis or Mahaika or on the East Coast or the East Bank, wherever our people are able to operate based upon standards and in keeping with the specs that have been designed and established by the oil company, they will be able to get the permits for development so we could have Guyana booming for the benefit of all the people of Guyana, all three counties. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to emphasize that this multi-agency approach, that the mover of this motion, or I should say the writer of this motion, must have researched the PPPC's manifesto. Because the PPPC's manifesto reads the following: central to the achievement of better management of our natural resources is the issue of better land management and access to land. We will establish a formal interagency mechanism for the purpose of coordination among the forestry, mining, agriculture, settlements, and infrastructure sectors. This mechanism will serve to address multi-land use on ICT in a fair, transparent, and equitable land allocation decisions, and address intersectoral issues regarding the implementation of land use policy. What Mr. Patterson is seeking to get some attention.
The honorable member. Honorable member, Ms. Minister Hamilton. Go ahead, honorable minister.
Yes, sir. So, we didn't need the opposition to come to Parliament to tell us about this. While we were yet planning Guyana's future, while sitting in this August House as an alternative government, we said this is our approach. And we will continue to pursue it in that regard. Mr. Speaker, there is no other government, whether PNC or APNU-AFC, that could match any track record of multi-sectorial approach and consultation with people. With a low-carbon development strategy, countrywide consultations. With a PRSP, the poverty reduction strategy, nationwide consultations. Local content, nationwide consultations. As it relates to important matters of crime, national disasters, ask the Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance, Comrade Teixeira, how many stakeholder forums have been held at the highest office, the office of the president, of where the opposition was invited to take part. In their last 5 years, they had no such track record. Please don't come here and lecture us on something that you are insincere about. So, Mr. Speaker, I will close because in the interest of time, we got a long night, by saying two things. I want to show the National Assembly Guyana's economic development, its multi-sectoral approach, and particularly oil and gas, is in good hands, and it's being managed, and its development will be in such a way for the development of all Guyanese. Secondly, we will continue to report to this National Assembly in an open and in a transparent manner. We have pledged to the people of Guyana that we're going to make it unlawful for anyone to collect oil money and not declare it, because we intend to ensure that we hold the highest standards of accountability. And our hands are always outstretched to any serious, meaningful developmental partner who wants to sit at the table recognizing us as a legitimate government. We will sit with them and engage. So, Mr. Speaker, I must tell you, this is not a motion that is worth any support from a government that is serious about Guyana's development, because it is basically filled with insincerity, grandstanding, seeking attention, hoping to grab headlines, but not to do anything serious. Guyana's development will not be stymied by people who are uncooperative. We are serious about moving Guyana forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Member, Ms. Tabitha Ali Sarabo, to make her presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise, of course, to support my colleague in the motion on the consideration relating to the location of Guyana shore-based services. But, Mr. Speaker, sometimes I wonder when we're here in this totally about South, whether or not we believe that the louder we shout and the more mistruths we tell, that it actually gets us anywhere. At the outset, Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to express my solidarity with our Guyanese brothers and sisters whose lives and livelihoods have been devastated by the ongoing floods. As the flood waters continues to rise, Guyanese from all walks of life, irrespective of their ethnicity, creed, or political persuasion, are being adversely impacted. In other words, human beings are being affected, Mr. Speaker, which is why it is disgusting that daily we receive hundreds of reports of persons who have been severely affected being bypassed by the administration in their relief efforts. As one minister of the regime declared, when requesting that his emissaries single out their supporters for relief. He ain't named Noah. Well, Mr. Speaker, he was right, because even Noah hearkened unto the voice of the Lord and did the right thing. Instead of a humanitarian response to the crisis, Mr. Speaker, we see a stiff-necked, high-handed, discriminatory approach. If the worst natural disaster in Guyana's history doesn't necessitate a transparent, bipartisan approach to helping Guyanese rebuild their lives, then what does, Mr. Speaker? What does? I am disappointed to see that the president, installed as he might be, I am disappointed that he has squandered this golden opportunity to convince Guyanese that his vision of one Guyana is not only mere talk and hype. It would do the administration well to remember the admonition that a man can do what he wants, but not for as long as he wants. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that the flood is affecting all Guyanese. The flooding has further increased the price of food items in the market. Persons have resorted to selling decaying animals that have died due to the flood. We run the risk of major health issues for those who are directly affected by the floodwaters and those who buy food from that. And in spite of their complete control of the media, the reality is that most Guyanese are completely fed up of the PPP after 11 months. We have seen 11 months of incompetence, mismanagement, corruption, and discrimination. Mr. Speaker, may I further go on to, one, commend the Honorable Minister of Legal Affairs for his glowing reviews of Dr. Rodney. But the question must be asked, why now? CPVP's revisionism does not and cannot erase history. If my understanding of history is accurate, it is this same PPP that was preparing to form a left alliance with LFS Burnham in 1985. Am I not right? As everyone who was part of the WPA of Rodney would attest to, the PPP has, to the disgust of his comrades, paraded Dr. Rodney's name to the abuse of African Guyanese. Was he alive today, I am confident that he would be speaking about your excesses and atrocities. It is indeed a pity that he who is in such a good place to practice the Rodneyite principles is a central figure in the abuse of African Guyanese. Courtney Crumb-Ewing's name comes to mind. So the recent preparations by the PPP does not alter your torturous avoidance of Dr. Rodney's killing in a timely manner between 1992 to 2021. While it must be noted that it was Chancellor Cummings who ruled that Donald Rodney's charges should be set aside and not the Attorney General, I must again say thank you for your high praise and response to Patricia Rodney's request for the record to be altered. Indeed, his books belong in schools. This should have been done long ago, as Guyanese children will be better off for it. And might I add, that Dr. Rodney's book, The History of the Guyanese Working People, should be compulsory reading for parliamentarians, as one would hope that all this signals a new respect and understanding of the role of African Guyanese and the role that they have played in the building of this beautiful country. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Frank Anthony in his speech just now on COVID-19 sought to quote Martin Carter, "All are involved, all are consumed." The Honorable Member then went on to say that the COVID-19 pandemic is a national issue. In quotes, "We must rise above the differences and work in the best interest of the people and ensure that they get vaccinated." All lovely words. But Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. It was the PPP that called the COVID-19 virus a hoax. It was the PPP who refused to join the National COVID-19 Task Force when we were in office and invited them to so do. It was the PPP who told this nation that they have a plan. It was the PPP who refused to invite us to join their COVID-19 task force when they illegally took up office. It was the PPP's incompetence and mismanagement that has us here with over 400 deaths and 18,000 positive cases. So it is only fitting that they recognize that it is due to their failures to properly educate and keep the Guyanese populace safe that they now come requesting our assistance. Let it be known that we are doing what we need to do to inform our constituents about the dangers of the COVID-19 virus and the need for them to be vaccinated. But, Mr. Speaker, if they are truly serious about us working together, then the least they can do is invite us to be a part of the COVID-19 task force so that we can be better placed and informed to speak to the Guyanese public. Actions speak louder than words, Minister of Health. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that this motion is purely about ensuring that our natural resources are exploited in a transparent, responsible, and sustainable manner with a minimum impact on the environment as possible. Our concern is about preventing harm to our people, which will most certainly result from a degraded environment. It is not about gunning for anyone. It is about insisting that the constitutional right of every Guyanese to an environment that is not harmful to his or her health or well-being is respected. It is about holding government accountable for the constitutional duty imposed upon it by Article 149J of the Constitution of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. That is the duty of the state, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my humble view that this motion seeks to bring to the attention to those on the other side and to the Guyanese public the need to pay consideration to some very pertinent issues relating to oil and gas. The Honourable Member Patterson did an excellent job highlighting the major issues surrounding locations of shore bases in Guyana. As I stand in support of this motion, I would like to take us back in time with the hope that highlighting these errors would cause the members on the other side to remember their lapse in judgment, then so that they do not repeat the same mistakes again. 1993. 1993. This was the year after they gained power. And quite reflective of their governance style, they then chose to open the Repentir landfill site, or what we may know as the dump site, in the middle of our capital city. Minutes away from a population of over 3,000 persons. Minutes away from schools and playgrounds. Was any proper assessment done to determine whether this was the best location given the surrounding environment? Was any assessment done to determine the likely health issues that having a dump site so close to the city? Was an assessment done on the likely expansion of the city and how the opening of a dump site there would impact that expansion? It was obvious that no proper analysis or feasibility study was done. And thus, when the fire started and the gases began to escape, causing major discomfort to the communities around the dump site, only then it was recognized that something needed to be done. Maybe there was no care or consideration because of who would have been affected. Some would say hindsight is 2020. I would prefer that any government that wants to be seen as interested in the welfare of its citizens and had a modicum of respect for the capital city, or even they just had a proper development plan that focused on zoning, would tell you that a dump site at that location may not be the best of ideas. The end result was many of us had to suffer through it. Imagine even after the dump site reached its capacity, it was still being used as a dump site, as sufficient attention was never placed on it to ensure that another landfill site was adequately prepared to accommodate the city's waste, further affecting the lives of those who live nearby. The point of this, Mr. Speaker, is that those on the other side have a bad history when it comes to making the best decisions for the environment. So it is my hope that they will spend some time listening and taking the valid advice from us on the side of this House, who have a sincere interest in the environment and the welfare of the people of this country. Part of the motion speaks to zoning. and the importance of zoning on this matter. And if it is that we look at what has transpired over the last 23 years, what you see is that there was no clear direction, no development plan, no land use policy that dictated how things should happen in this city and in this country. So when we speak to shore bases, we're coming from that same space. We're coming from a recognition and a realization that this government, this illegal as it may, does have no interest and no consideration and takes no care in these issues. So what we see now is a concrete facility, illegal as it is, that had to be closed down, and the minister was chased out of it because there was no sense of zoning. What should happen, where it should happen, and why it should happen there. These things are basic. At least I believe it should be basic for any government that wants to develop the country. But the reality is that the PPP administration's clear guidance is on who has ownership of the lands closest to the Demerara River, how it is that they can put monies in their own pockets and their friends' pockets, not caring for the people who live around there and who would be affected by those things. The gods are speaking to us here in Guyana, Mr. Speaker. The floods, the health crisis, the hunger that is pervading the society, the high cost of living. We are abandoning the environment, bowing down to big oil and our business friends who want a quick dollar at any cost. Where is the champion of the earth?
Float away. Float away.
Oh, how we have lost our way.
Float away. Float away.
Now we have, as I said before, illegal concrete factories. We have mangroves being cut down, and now the proposed establishment of a source storage and calibration building facility in Houston, Georgetown. I think about all the flooding in gold mining areas and the mercury being washed into rivers and on land and get into the environment and food chain from fish and farming. All the fertilizers and pesticides from coastal farming areas all washed into the rivers, canals, and effect on the environment. And these people want to put chemical treatment plants, hazardous waste, and radioactive waste in Guyana's coastal below sea level environment, which is always flooding. The onus is on those on the other side of the house. They spent over the $110 million to get into power. They pawned, borrowed, and made deals. Now why are they? Now they are there and are putting the lives of all of us at risk. The question is why? So as in all environmental matters worldwide, we must follow the money. Who owns all of these lands? Who are getting the sweet deals? Whose pockets are these monies going into? Our demands must be of the state. The state, which according to Article 149J has a constitutional meaning, a legal and moral duty to protect the environment for the benefit of present and future generations. The government must not and should not be allowed to sacrifice the health and welfare of the people of Guyana and the environment at the altar of economics. Every Guyanese looks forward to participating in the patrimony of this nation. And all companies, whether local or overseas, can be a meaningful partner in this endeavor. But again, Mr. Speaker, I reiterate that this cannot be at the expense of the health and well-being of the Guyanese public. The UN, through the Regional Observatory on Planning for Development, says that the primary objective of the National Land Use Plan is to provide a strategic framework to guide land development in Guyana. As such, the NLUP is built upon a number of national policies and strategies that have a direct relevance for land use and land management. A main objective of the NLUP is to enable financial resources to be targeted at optimal land use at the regional level. To this regard, the NLUP has been compiled from a policy of active promotion of multiple land use. A task force is thus necessary, as I am on the firm belief that too many personal interests are affecting the decisions being made. Decisions being made are not being made in the best interest of the health and well-being of our citizens. Decisions that are being made as it relates to the shore bases, whether it be in Demerara, in Essequibo, or in Berbice, are not being made in the best interest of the Guyanese people, but the best interest of a few. And so it must be taken out of the hands of the few and put into the hands of the Guyanese population, and a decision has to be made in the best interest of all Guyana. So as I stand here in support of the motion, I say that the shore-based motion, I prefer that it be passed and accepted by this National Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Minister Indar Deodat to make his presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Shara Duncan, if you talk one more time by my house, you might cross it. And I'm going to go and pray for rebuke it. So please don't talk about my house in the National Parliament.
Honorable Minister, you can refer to other members as honorable. Then.
Honorable Member. Mr. Speaker, I raise to discuss this motion that was brought to the House by the Honorable David Patterson. And I listened when he was presenting his case for this motion. And he mentioned a couple of things. And I was taking notes on these things that he mentioned. Not because they made sense, because it's the opposite of that. I am going to go through some of them, and I will give my presentation on it. The first thing, Mr. Patterson came and talked about the environment. The Honorable Member Patterson, who was chose to leave after he put forward a motion, he left the House. Because the response that he's going to get, he will not like it. But I'm happy that these things are recorded. The first thing is that he talked about the environment. I wonder since when the Honorable Member cared for the environment in any way, shape, and form. And if he can say what is it that he put in place at a policy level to protect the environment. I am still to see that. The other thing he talked about is economic diversification. I do not know if he doesn't understand what economic diversification is, but to speak about economic diversification, when this last government, oh, Mr. Patterson is at the top there, good. He came back, good. So when you speak about economic diversification, you can't talk about that when you were shutting down, your government was shutting down sectors as you go along in the economy. That is the record of your government when you were there, right? So, economic diversification with respect to oil and gas, what the APNU government was doing when they were in office is that we're shutting down sugar, shutting down rice, closing down concessions, taxing miners. Is that anything sound to you like that is economic diversification? In fact, it is the opposite. It is actually shutting down the economy and only depending on the oil and gas sector. So when you talk about economic diversification, you must check at your own record and your own doings. The other one he talk about is shore-based development. Shore-based development. And he talk about Berbice and Essequibo and so on, and how Demerara is, they don't have much places and so on. When we came into office, there was a long list from the top here to the bottom there of persons who were applying for shore bases that could not even get a meeting with Mr. Patterson or the Honorable Member. They could not get a meeting. There were a long list of permits that were there for people who want to build shore bases wherever they choose as an investor, and they could not get it. When we came into government, I was asked with Minister Edgell to go and look at it. Within a short period of time, we dealt with all of the agencies where these things were hooked up and they were stagnated. And we approved about 16 of them. That is why you have shore bases now expanding and moving laterally. The current shore base that he spoke about, Gisby, had 15 permits, 15 stuck in different agencies. We have to go and look at each one of them and dredge them up where they are to get the people them their permits so they can do building out. Now, under this government, they are building out and expanding their pier. Pier 2, Pier 3, and Pier 4. So you can't talk about expansion of shore base when right in the Demerara area, there were people with application for development of fabrication yards. It gone nowhere. 2 years. You had Guyanese people who partnered with foreign oil and gas tier 1 contractors, wanted permit to build fabrication space. They won't get 2 years, they're waiting, and they can't get the permit. And we're talking about vibrancy in developing shore base. Vibrancy, that's the word I heard him use. He used the word vibrancy. That is the opposite of vibrancy. It is the dead opposite of vibrancy. Let's look to the other thing Mr. Patterson, or the Honorable Member Patterson spoke about. He said local capacity and capability. Now these are fancy terms, but let's talk about it. I came from the private sector as the president of the Chamber of Commerce, and I had to fight on every cartoon box in every corner of the street for local content, and never got it from the government that sits across there. When you were in government, nothing for 5 long years. So you can't talk about capacity development and capability development when you sat there and you allowed the oil and gas sector to move from 0 to 5 years without doing a single thing to help the sector. A single thing. You have not done anything to the petroleum legislation that they have from 1980, from the 80s. You have not done it. You brought a 29-page petroleum commission bill to the parliament that gives one minister powers like an Idi Amin setup. One minister and 29 pages of a petroleum commission bill that came to the last parliament. That was the worst piece of legislation, and that is your record. Check the records and you will see it. Everything, every permit, every development plan, everything had to go to that one minister to approve. That is not development, that is anti-development, and that is your record. And if you want, I can send the copy of that legislation that you put forward to the last parliament for every one of y'all new members who have not known. Every new members here who have not known that came, that is not development. You talk about training and...
Honorable Minister, you're talking to me and you're accusing me of all these things.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. You're talking about... The Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, talking about training. Where is the training school? Where is the training school for oil and gas people? Where? If you can point to the school, well, then I will not make the point. But there is none. There is none. Where are the certification bodies that you're talking about for oil and gas? Where are they? Show me. If you can show me, then I will not make the point. But there are none. Mr. Speaker, these points were raised by Mr. Patterson about the FDI and other investments. FDI, the only thing that happened under the APNU government, the only thing is oil and gas investment. There was no other foreign direct investment in the 5 years they were in office. And if you think I'm telling this parliament something that is not true, show me the evidence that there was somebody else that came here and had a sizable investment in this country. There was none. Mr. Speaker, he spoke about screening, a screening study, and it had pictures in it of areas of ports. I don't need to see pictures to understand Guyana. I walk this country. My feet and my colleagues' feet, we walk every inch of this country. We know where the places are. We know where the lands are. What screening you have? Every single area that a port facility is supposed to go or can go is looked at. It's evaluated. An investor coming into the country looks at varying things. They look at proximity to operation. They look at distance to operation because it impacts cost. You see, Honorable Member, you would understand these things. You don't know anything about logistics. You don't know anything about cost. But as a businessman, when you go into operation, you check You check your distance where you operate to where your base is. And the movement is what drives costs. So every single person that comes into this country looking for shore base, you cannot dictate where they should go. It is the investor that is bearing the risk. They dictate where they want to go. They will say where is more suitable for them. So to say that you're screening and you're finding shore bases, but for who? For who? The other thing is that we talk about shore bases in Trinidad, Chaguaramas. Indeed, Chaguaramas and Galeota, those are the places that most of the operations happen apart from Guyana. And he's correct with the Chaguaramas, but he forgotten to say about Galeota. So if you knew this fact, Mr. Patterson, honorable member, if you knew the fact that shore base is needed, why did you hold up all the permits? Why was a moratorium on, when we went to the government, there was a moratorium. A moratorium means that there was a cessation, a stoppage on issuing permits. If you knew that we needed shore bases so much, why did you stop it and have only one prospective shore base operator up in Essequibo? All the opportunities and all of the partners are going to there. Is that how you manage? Recently, and that is testament to our government, recently His Excellency was at a signing of an opening of a yard. I think Minister Ashley Singh was there, two and other ministers. That is because the permit, when we came into government, we issued those permits, and the yard could have been a reality last week. That is the kind of development that we push. Not because we don't come and talk fancy words and expect people to hear and believe. People have eyes. The citizens of this country have eyes and ears. They see what you did and they heard what you did. You can't mislead them anymore. Mr. Speaker, I continue. He speak about sea defense and the approval process, and what he call a EISA, an environmental impact and social assessment. The honorable member spoke about this. Sea defense, it's a body that is set up because of a law. The body have persons from every part of this coastal region, an agency on it. It is a institution, the Sea Defense Board. The Sea Defense Board issues permits, and I am saying to you that the permit in question that Mr. Patterson is talking about, the honorable member again, was given. So don't come to this parliament and say that they didn't have a permit. The permit was issued with criteria how to construct. The other issue that you talk about, the honorable member Patterson, is about leases. And you talk about wild and leases. Leases, it was your government that gave away the river. Down in the river was given away to a member, a friend, a camaraderie of the APNU. The river was given away, and if you want, I can send a copy of the lease to you. I can send a copy of the lease to every single member of the opposition side. I now turn to the honorable member who just spoke before me, Tabitha. You talk about the PPP being what? We have mismanagement and corruption. That is a trait of the APNU. You're talking about your own party. You talk about that. I just made a note of that. You talk about installed government. You talk about we are an installed government. 144 countries said that we were elected and elected with a free and fair election. 144 countries. Who are you all to say that we were installed? Where's the basis for that? Lastly, you talk about, the honorable member to talk about assessment and feasibility studies and how we have not done any studies. You all should have done a feasibility study before you all send out all of them sugar workers. You all talking about feasibility study? You talk about we have no strategy. Let me tell you, the PPP have multiple strategies. Let me just go through them for you. We have the National Development Strategy. We have the competitiveness strategy, and Sharon, you should read those. You might learn a thing or two. We have a low carbon development strategy, a widely circulated strategy. We have a housing strategy. We have infrastructure strategy. We have a land use policy. We have a health strategy. We have an education strategy. Listen to me. This government, we don't guess and operate. We don't have a dartboard operation. We sit down and we formulate plans and we implement them. Mr. Speaker, there was a study done. Mr. Speaker, there was a study done. And the name of the study is The History of Offshore Oil and Gas Industry in Southern Louisiana. This study speaks about the cumulative and the transitory effects of development in a young oil and gas economy. It speaks about displacement and how you manage displacement. But you cannot build a shore base as a flyover. How are you going to build a shore base as a flyover? You got a shore base, ladies and gentlemen, some of y'all never went. Some boat got to come to a port. You got to develop the port. How do you develop the port? Right? You have to develop it. So there are cumulative and transitory effects of development have winners and losers. You all talk about local content. The reason why the local content and the businesses in Guyana are not benefiting is because during the honorable member's time in government, Mr. Patterson, he just said it. It was coming out to Chaguaramas and Galeota. All of the logistics, the brokerage, the transport, everything is done in Trinidad. What Guyanese were getting. That is why you have to build it here. You have to build it here. Mr. Speaker, this motion speaks about Mr. Speaker, this motion speaks about participation on a task force. It speaks to participation on a task force. The last time they had studies done, the last time they had assessments done, members of the previous government took those information and give it to the friends and colleagues. They give it to the friends and colleagues. People went and buy up land and all of the things. Once they know where a shore base or a development is going, they go, they buy up the lands, all of the most high-priced assets, and they take it. So participating in a task force, I think that is good. That is good riddance. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I have never seen Mr. Ramjatan, the honorable member Mr. Ramjatan, or opposition leader Joseph Harmon and their colleague Mr. and Honorable Mahipal ever in a speedboat. Never see them. The last time I saw them, they're somewhere by the river in a speedboat. Well, I'm very happy that y'all at least take the trip. But I would have been happier if y'all took that same trip when you were in government to visit the people in Wales. It's 1,753 of them that y'all find. You should have taken the same kind of approach, but you can't do that because the people of Wales had to take you all to court to get the severance fee. So you're all talking about diversification, talk about that. You're talking about jobs, talk about that. I'm very happy that to take you all to court. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, we as a government plan to expand development across the country. The speed of how it is done is based on two things. It's the vibrancy of how we push it and the appetite of an investor to go further out. Persons may go further out or they choose to work inside an area where other supplies are easily accessible. That is something we have no control over. An investor's appetite to go anywhere, but we know what government can do, and government is considering Berbice and its equivalent. But we don't need Mr. Patterson to bring a motion to tell us that. We didn't need Mr. Patterson to bring a motion, honorable member, sorry, Mr. Patterson to tell us that. That is a common thing. You have 3 rivers moving offshore, and those are the 3 rivers you have to operate on. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that I got a chance to put my little 2 cents into this motion. I rest my case.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member, Mr. Jermaine Figuera, you can make your contribution now, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. August 24th, 2016. Guyana Chronicles. Director of Sport handed over flood lamps to MSC Gulf. Mr. Speaker, it would have been remiss of me because when I said that the minister was misleading the House, my statement was premised on facts and evidence that the minister was pathologically mendacious.
Honorable Member, we're going back there again. So can you kindly withdraw that? We made a decision. I made a decision. Can you contribute to this motion now, please?
That's what. Mr. Speaker, one hearing the Honorable Indar and not paying attention would be inclined to believe that he knows what he was talking about. But Mr. Speaker, come into the House and say that when you go into the ministry, you found a list of application of people applying for shore base, and their application wasn't answered, speaks to the fact of the need for a national development policy. Applying for a shore base doesn't speak to a systematic approach. I'm happy to educate you, my comrade. Mr. Speaker, I join my colleagues in this debate on this motion which seeks to address the structural policy deficiency in the oil and gas sector in our country. However, from the onset, I want to state that the APNU-AFC supports the development of this sector. But Mr. Speaker, what we would like is to see its potential harnessed in a holistic way and driven by a coherent set of policies. The evidence of the last few months of wanton removal of mangroves, aided by the complimentary comments of the sitting minister, who stated that development has to continue regardless, speaks volume. Such arrogance, Mr. Speaker, does not augur well for national development. What good is this development, Mr. Speaker, if it affects the very people it was intended to service? So, Mr. Speaker, it is that same minister who is now, Mr. Speaker, in search for reasons why flooding persists and ventures to blame pump attendants. Once you miss the boat, it is time to start swimming, Honorable Minister. Sir, segmented development will often lead to disgruntlement, as was evident recently in the press by numerous residents making their views known, be it on the East Bank or on the West Bank. They are concerned about the negative impact experienced by certain aspects of the development complementary to the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, another important variable is the government's quest to entrench ethnic capitalism by moving to dispossess one group of Guyanese of property poised to benefit from the oil and gas sector. The PPP is just reacting to developments in the society and it's devoid of a cogent policy. Hence, Every day, some some other person from this particular group is sanctioned to make way for PPP supporters. Mr. Speaker, the government's industrial policy, if it had existed, should have empowered Sivans or Puran brothers to establish one or two oil waste treatment facilities rather than have Trinidad get all of the business. This would have benefited Guyana and the Guyanese economy. But the government is busy trying to get Sivans land to give a PPP supporter in the shore-based business. This needs not to be done, Mr. Speaker. That is why there is need for a proper planning and policy in this area, Mr. Speaker. The lack of policy coherence in the sector is complemented by the PPP dismantling one of the little institutional knowledge developed over the past 5 years, thus placing the country at a disadvantage, especially to the big players in the sector. Now the government is busy looking to see which group of Guyanese own lands that can benefit from offshore base rather than moving in the direction, Mr. Speaker, to legislate more robust rules and policies for the sector. Mr. Speaker, the government, in its quest to appease its co-conspirators in the 2020 national elections, terminated the service of Dr. Vincent Adams from the EPA, Mr. Speaker. Today, the PPP pays rapid attention to Dr. Adams' penned articles in the press. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, the PPP care not how much Guyana has lost and is losing in the oil sector. Correspondingly, the players in the sector, knowing that there is no qualified and experienced brain at the EPA in the oil and gas sector, have seized the opportunity not to take the agency serious because it is void of clout. This is complemented by the fact that people are bargaining, that people at the bargaining table on behalf of Guyana have little or no practical or professional experience in the oil and gas sector. Guyana's disposition was engineered by the PPP when it wantonly dismissed a large number of qualified persons after August 1st, 2020. Mr. Speaker, proper policy and the policing of the oil and gas sector matters because there are no industrial zones demarcated specifically for shore base across the 3 counties. We see a mad rush to covert land holdings in residential districts into a hub of activities for related services to the discomfort of the immediate inhabitants. Such a situation has consequences for housing, transportation, and the environment. Mr. Speaker, if the obsession of this government is for the base to be close to Georgetown, why didn't they merge the GNIC and the Demawara shipping, alter the road to expand the port, to have greater synergy in the use of the space, and make it available for a shore base? This would have positively affected aspects of transportation disruption in the city now faces. The installed government needs to give leadership by popularizing prudent policy directions for this sector, Mr. Speaker. One must ask, Mr. Speaker, why all the activities seem concentrated in Demawara when the proximity of the oil wells are well within a reasonable vicinity to serve both Berbice or Essequibo bases. While I concede that available human resource is a constraint, one of the most important variables is lack of policy direction. The country has not planned for this, and the PPP is forever in a reaction mode. Targeted industrial policies that are coherent would inform any sane government in the developing country that three or four shore bases in 30 to 50-mile radius will lead to a transportation nightmare, given the state of our country's infrastructure network. The East Bank, Mr. Speaker, is testimony to what I speak of. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the PPP is not a government known for equally empowering all strata of the society. Hence, a dedicated effort must be made through policy to share the wealth from the oil and gas sector across all of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, today, the ordinary man can count the benefits the PPP government since August 2020, given his or her earnings and the steep rise in cost of living, COVID deaths, and the floods that keep following the PPP around. Thus, it is important that mechanisms be in place that guarantees every Guyanese some benefit from the oil and gas sector, not just the business community and friends of cabinet. Mr. Speaker, I say this knowing that in August 2020, beef was sold at $400 a pound, but in April 2021, it is sold at $800 to $1,000 a pound. The great macroeconomic policy of the PPP for the poor with no increase in wages and salaries. Mr. Speaker, again, I ask, where is the national development plan to cater for the development that will come with this new sector, such as better infrastructure, roads? For example, Mr. Speaker, let us look at the road from Linden to Lethem. Are we just going to focus on building a road, or are we going to consider how we will maximize on the usage of its corridor? Where will we set up? Where will we set up that must have free zone, Mr. Speaker? Where will we set up storage facilities? All of which I believe, Mr. Speaker, should be in and around Linden. Where will we establish toll stations, cater for gas stations, truck stop? Mr. Speaker, have we thought about how we will deal with the insurance compatibility? In Brazil, for example, Mr. Speaker, drivers drive on the right hand of the road, and we in Guyana drive on the left hand. What treaties do we have to deal with insurance and all of these associated type of trade agreements? Mr. Speaker, when these trucks come with people, money, and their cargo, do we allow them to just pass through the township of Linden? What are some of the enablers that will be provided to the people to cater for these people who will come and there's need for them to sleep? So, Mr. Speaker, there will be a need for more hotels, more motels, guest houses, more houses. There will be a need for entertainment, restaurants, supermarkets, parks, etc., to ensure that some of the monies the people come with stays and build the local economy. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, will the transporting of these cargo use the Linden Highway or the Damawar River? Or will both options be used or will be considered? Will we repair the Omai port and expand it? Or should we expand the bauxite port so that bigger vessels can come and take these products down the Damawar River and be put on larger ships? Why are these ports not even being considered for the establishment of shore bases? We definitely have the space for expansion greater than what presently obtains. Mr. Speaker, is there a plan to dredge and desal the river? And I ask this specifically, Mr. Speaker, because in the 70s and the 80s, ships coming up the Damawar River to collect bauxite had the capacity to collect 30 to 35 tons of bauxite. Now the vessels coming in 2021 has the capacity for less than 20,000 tons. So there is much greater need, Mr. Speaker, for for the rivers to be dredged and to be desilted. Mr. Speaker, because this is not done, what it does for our economy is that it has an inverse effect. Mr. Speaker, let's say, for example, that our rice is $5 a ton. When a 20-ton vessel comes to collect our rice suddenly becomes expensive rice on the world market, because by virtue of our own actions, we can't bring out the quantities to keep the prices down. Mr. Speaker, if we were able to bring a 30 to 40-ton vessel, our product now becomes more competitive, because taking out volumes at the lower prices, because we will be able to take out larger volumes at a lower price. This is why the river needs to be dredged, and why there is need for more shore bases to be placed in the Berbice or Essequibo regions, with serious consideration, Mr. Speaker, for a deep water harbor. Mr. Speaker, what is the government's developmental plan that will really enable the playing field for locals and to benefit from this industry? Yes, there is talk about the local content policy with the Honorable Indar just made mention of. And Guyanese companies should benefit, and rightfully so, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, when an oil company puts out its report and says 90% of the companies that we do business with are Guyanese, it must be taken into context, Mr. Speaker. It must be taken into context. Registering a company in Guyana essentially makes it a Guyanese company. So given our capacity shortages in skill set, facilities, and much needed resources to service these industries, the oil companies, Mr. Speaker, are not going to wait on us to catch up, despite all the noise being made by locals. These foreign companies seeing our weaknesses and the opportunities that exist, comes in, partner with a local, give them 2 or 5% ownership of the company, and now we say we are giving our locals business, when in reality, Mr. Speaker, we are not. Mr. Speaker, the government's local content policy has to be taken very seriously. So it needs to address this reality. That's the only way it can address this reality, Mr. Speaker, that our local businesses, that Guyanese can really benefit from the patrimony of our country. How is it, Mr. Speaker? How is it? Are we enabling locals to have and experience real benefit in the sector? That is a fundamental question the government has failed to answer, Mr. Speaker. Some sadly feel, Mr. Speaker, that local content is the ability of a man to buy a beer. Our local content must look at every aspect of our society. For example, Mr. Speaker, when you prepare your budget, even for your own office, you have to buy you have to buy water, for example, beverage, bread. You know that Banks DIH and Bakewell makes these items. In our local content policy, it must be ingrained. It must be written very pellucid, very clear, that you have to buy local once it is available right here, once it is manufactured right here, once local businesses are making these products. That must be the reflection, the true reflection of what our local content policy must contain, Mr. Speaker. That is the only way, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to benefit from this local content policy that the government is talking about. You only buy things overseas what you do not manufacture as yet, Mr. Speaker. Take, for example, Mr. Speaker, American citizens working for their government in remote parts of the world, where American airline planes go once a month. That citizen, that worker, Mr. Speaker, will have to wait for that plane to come before he or she leaves that location. If they choose, Mr. Speaker, to leave without waiting for the American airline, they have to pay their own way. That is local content, Mr. Speaker. In some countries, the local content policy says that locals must, and I repeat, must have control and share of the company. Be it 51, 52, or 53% ownership, the local born Guyanese must have the control and share. That is how you build a local economy. That is how you build local businesses, by making decisive national decision to benefit your people, Mr. Speaker. And I dare say, this local content policy does not speak in that language, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for example, in Nigeria, the oil and gas sector, the pipes for the oil companies use were threaded in the UK. The Nigerian government imposed a tariff that made it exorbitant to thread those pipes in the UK. And by doing so, Mr. Speaker, local Nigerians, and in some regard, in partnership with foreigners, were able to set up facilities in Nigeria, and the pipes were threaded there, creating real benefit for the people of that country, creating real opportunities for the people of that country. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the government has to do certain things. And I'm happy that the Minister of Finance is here, because he will have to craft the architecture to ensure that these benefits are derived by Guyanese people. So certain things have to be done so that we can have a certain effect. And I say to this House, this, Mr. Speaker, is what is not being done for our people, for our country. Mr. Speaker, we really have to look at this sector in a holistic way and drill down all the possible things that can be done and how we can get it done right here. Because it should be about empowering our people and giving them employment opportunities in the land of their birth. The local content policy is not only about foreigners spending money and creating jobs here and there, Mr. Speaker. This policy ought to be very specific in certain aspects. It has to be about jump-starting the local private sector and the manufacturing sector in Guyana, Mr. Speaker. That is what this local content policy must be about. That should be its primary focus, to jumpstart our local private sector, to ensure that the downstream of what this oil and gas potential offers starts a lot of cottage industries, manufacturing companies that our Guyanese brethren and sisters will be able to benefit from, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, government needs to set up timelines. Give ourselves timelines and objectives of when we want these things to achieve. Let us invest in certain facilities. If the local private sector can't do it, the government must do it. Invest in these facilities. If the government don't want to invest in the facilities, give the incentives, more concessions to our local private sector, and even to foreigners who are in partnership, real beneficial partnership with Guyanese businessmen and businesswomen, Mr. Speaker. And let us, Mr. Speaker, if needs be, raise tariffs on the importation of skills and labor, so as to force companies to invest in those skills and labor right here. Just like what happened in Linden with the Bauxite Company, where they established Linden Technical Institute and trained locals so that they could serve the Bauxite Company. I am saying, and you are aware, that Guyana does not have the skill set for this budding new industry that has the potential to transform Guyana to rival any country in the world. We do not have the skill set. But we have the brain, we have the resource people right here. But you need to give them the opportunities. You need to make decisive decisions as leaders for the benefit of your people, and most importantly, for the benefit of this country, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, when these companies come with personnel, with certain skills, say to them in 5 years, we will have locals understudying you. And when our people in that 5 year, Mr. Speaker, have acquired the requisite skills, knowledge, know-how, we say to those companies, you can no longer import these skills because Guyanese are well equipped and capable of serving these industries, Mr. Speaker. So I say to us, Mr. Speaker, this content policy must be looked at with a different lens, must be looked at with the Guyanese lens, not the PPP lens, the Guyanese lens. It must incorporate the views of every Guyanese on this side of the house, on that side of the house, locally and in the diaspora. That is the only way we'll truly achieve developmental apex in this country. We have to, and not use the tyranny of numbers when it comes to voting to dispel good ideas that can develop our country as a collective. We have to be more smart as Guyanese. We have to be mature as politicians. We have to be mature as leaders if we really want Guyana to achieve its developmental apex. We have to done with this clannish approach to politics, because we will not move to the next level where the world will see us, where CARICOM will see us as the true leaders that we ought to be, Mr. Speaker. So we have an innate responsibility as leaders, as Guyanese, Mr. Speaker, to do what is best. And this local content policy provides the best opportunity here and now for let us start, for let us make a leap, let us make a giant step in a direction where all of Guyana can benefit as a collective, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this policy has to be rudimentary and systematic, all aimed for our people's benefit, Mr. Speaker. Sir, the question is why we can't, Mr. Speaker, start to store the fuel right here, or put systems in place now, so that when production gets high, we have storage facilities right here in Guyana. And I put it to you, Linden has enough space to store some of these fuel, Mr. Speaker. Let us pray that the cost of living goes down. And when it does, our farmers have the option, Mr. Speaker, of storing its produce in facilities, and if needs be, Mr. Speaker, put it in facilities and store it so that when the prices go up, you can make better profits. That is what happens in other parts of the country, in the Caribbean. It happens in our neighbors right next door in Trinidad. Why we can't do it? We have the potential, the real potential, not talk shop potential, Mr. Speaker. We have the most arable lands in the entire Caribbean makeup. And we, Mr. Speaker, must capitalize on becoming the food basket of CARICOM. And if we are to become the food basket of CARICOM, let us start establishing storage facilities so that our local farmers, Mr. Speaker, can benefit tremendously from the prospects of what can be obtained in agriculture. Mr. Speaker, we have invested in sugar, and I understand the politics behind it, but let us look beyond sugar, because sugar in Guyana is dead. You may not want to accept it publicly, but I know indoors you do. Let us invest, Mr. Speaker, in Scotch bonnet pepper, for example, one of the largest revenue earners in Jamaica. Let us invest, Mr. Speaker, in soursop, the third largest revenue in Grenada, Soursop, and those are lands, Mr. Speaker, that can fit in a community in this country. And I say to us, let us capitalize, Mr. Speaker, on those prospects that Guyana has. What are we doing, Mr. Speaker, with the byproducts of the oil and gas industry? Are we going to give our people that at a fraction of the cost as incentives to set up cottage industries, such as fertilizer plants, to complement the agriculture sector? Mr. Speaker, besides the electricity generation potential in the oil and gas sector, there's also a potential for the generation and storage of heat, because the production of electricity, the byproduct, Mr. Speaker, is heat. What do we do with this? Do we continually to dump it into the ocean, changing the habitat of the sea, affecting another industry, the fishing industry? Do we allow the heat, Mr. Speaker, just to be escaped in the sky, which potentially causes acid rain? Why do we not harness, Mr. Speaker, this heat and put it through pipelines and put it in the national pipe network and let the customers of GWI pay for who wants hot and cold water, Mr. Speaker? These are byproducts, these are potential cottage industry that we could benefit as spin-off from this oil and gas sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is much need, and I cannot stress it more, Mr. Speaker, for a national developmental plan.
Honorable member, your time is up. Honorable member, you have a way of arguing with the speaker who I think is very meticulous. I raised this at the 2-minute warning. Honorable member, your time is up. Honorable member, Dr. Karen Cummings, you may make your presentation. Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister is moving a motion that we suspend the standing order so that we can go beyond 8 o'clock. We had moved the resolution early on that during the coronavirus pandemic, the timings would finish at 8. And so I did not want to interrupt the Honorable Member to ask for the suspension. Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Karen Cummings, you may make your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commence by offering sincere condolences to the 417 persons who would have succumbed to the COVID-19 disease, including a teenager, 17-year-old, as well as a journalist, among others. I also want to sympathize. Of course, I take this opportunity to encourage those who have not been vaccinated to get vaccinated, including the anti-vaxxers. I also want to sympathize with those who would have been displaced by the recent floods throughout the length and breadth of Guyana, especially in the more vulnerable communities who would have been infected by water-related diseases. It is my wish that what should I say? I don't want to say illegitimate regime, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to say installed government. I don't want to say self-serving autocrats. But I would just say my good friends over there, I would wish that in addition to...
But I would prefer you say my good honorable friends over there.
It's my wish that in addition to sharing hampers and dry goods, that efforts be made to identify preventative strategies appropriate to address the various types of water-related mechanisms, be it waterborne, water-washed, water-based, or water-related insect vectors. Mr. Speaker, I join with my colleague to speak to the motion, the location of Guyana shore bases, the location, and we know specifically the Demerara location. As the APNU AFC began its reign in May of 2015, there was the ushering in of a new dispensation, optimism, and the discovery of oil by the oil company and giant ExxonMobil. Hence, Guyana became an oil-producing nation on December 20, 2020. A mere 5 years of the APNU AFC's tenure in office, and approximately 8 months after discovery. Although ExxonMobil had awarded a contract to Guyana Shore Base Inc. for the shore base to be located on the Demerara River, the busiest river in the country, the APNU AFC coalition government had committed to establishing industrial areas for the construction of future bases so as to streamline and bring equity of wealth and resources among the people in the 3 counties of Guyana, namely Demerara, Berbice, and Essequibo. The APNU AFC coalition believes that Guyana must develop opportunities for which the petroleum resources will provide for economic prosperity, and thus overcome the challenge of ensuring that the natural resource wealth leads to sustained economic growth and development. The APNU AFC posits that development must not only mean an increase in material wealth, in physical capital, infrastructure, and foreign assets, but an increase in human capital and an improvement in the welfare of the citizens of Guyana so that they can enjoy the good life. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC government continues to strive to close the gap between the hinterland and the coastland. And it is the APNU AFC's leader, Comrade David Arthur Granger, who stated that the creation of the increased fiscal space by the commencement of the petroleum production will allow the latitude to ratchet up the pace of implementation of these transformative changes in our communities, towns, and of course the nation. Mr. Speaker, what is the current situation? The area of choice, Houston, has since been a hub of activities, an increase in traffic, while environmental concerns remain. ExxonMobil, the oil company, has indicated that plans are afoot to have at least 5 FPSOs in operation by 2025. And that is in addition to multiple drill ships and support vessels. Mr. Speaker, the Demerara River at its lower extremities or close to its estuary is overtaken by a plethora of maritime and other related activities daily, which already places the area as high traffic zone. According to Michael Kennish, estuaries exhibit a wide array of human impacts that can compromise their ecological integrity because of rapid population growth and uncontrolled development in many coastal regions, even worldwide. Therefore, remedial actions will be necessary to improve the viability and health of these valuable coastal systems, following any long-term environmental problems that can plague the estuaries in the long term. According to Kennish, it's important to carry out detailed examination of the effects of pollution inputs, the loss and alteration of estuarine habitat, and the role of other anthropometric stress, which would indicate that water quality in estuaries, particularly urbanized systems, is often compromised by the overloading of nutrients and organic matter, the influx of pathogens, and the accumulation of chemical contaminants. Mr. Speaker, in addition, owing to the proximity of the Demerara River to the estuary, and also there can be degradation of biotic communities as a result of destruction of fringing wetlands and the loss and alteration of estuarine habitats. Thus, habitat destruction can contribute to the decline of biodiversity. As I mentioned before, chemical contaminants, notably synthetic organic compounds, will remain a serious problem, also especially in the heavily industrialized areas. However, these thoughts, should I say, pale into significance as the Commander-in-Chief of the Army states, as I quote, "On the western bank of the Demerara River, areas are already being identified for the creation of shore-based facilities and the Wales Development Authority, all of which will complement the multi-billion-dollar gas-to-energy project." The head of state further noted that a new 4-lane highway to be constructed from Schooner to Purika will create more industrial developments with spin-off projects in manufacturing and agro-processing expected. According to Dr. Infanali, there is a new wave of investment, thereby stimulating growth and creating jobs for thousands of Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, this situation can result in multiple river use conflicts and demands. Among the stakeholders we're talking here are ship operators, small river crafts, terminal operators, fisheries, tourists, sea and river defense, even GPL with its submarine cables, which already poses a challenge to river navigation, among others. Mr. Speaker, it is a well-known fact that the port area is already congested. Therefore, any additional activity, especially the establishment of a shore-based facility, will exacerbate the situation. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the Demerara River still offers the best possible option for the establishment of a deep water port to facilitate maritime trade and international shipping. Our nation's ports and harbors are a crucial component of our shipping system and a linchpin of our economy. Being the only English-speaking country in South America and our working to be the, should I say, the breadbasket of the Caribbean could allow Guyana to blossom out to a formidable trading partner to other parts of the world. Mr. Speaker, like the U.S. Army, the Guyana Defense Force can explore dredge material to enhance wildlife habitats by creating nestling islands for waterfowl and create, preserve, and restore wetlands. Fisheries also have been improved by mounting dredge materials to establish fish refuge habitats. These projects are particularly important because of the crucial role wetlands play in our environment, as they serve as rest stops for migratory birds, help prevent flooding, and control erosion. I'm wondering if it is wise to mention same, as there seems to be a paradigm shift in the way we approach mangroves. But I will leave it at that. Hence, the deep water port is pivotal and remains one of the most efficient means of freight transportation and for the transport of goods by water. The extensive use of waterborne shipping helps to keep the costs of durable, bulk, and consumer goods affordable for businesses and consumers. Therefore, the nation ports and harbors are a crucial component of our shipping system, and as I mentioned before, can be the linchpin of our economy. Any attempt at establishing a shore-based facility must include consultation with stakeholders. There must be widespread stakeholder consultations and intersectoral collaboration and consultation. So all stakeholders, governments, private sector, civil society, and citizens alike need to be constructively engaged to achieve and not neglect, of course, the Sustainable Development Goals number 14, when we look at life below water. Mr. Speaker, it is an open secret that Guyana is a blessed country with a very wide coastline. Therefore, there is no need to crowd out the Demerara area for oil and gas operations and administrations. The Essequibo and the Berbice counties must be part of the consideration and potential shore-based locations to allow for the 21st century development. Mr. Speaker, you will agree with the APNU-AFC coalition that development of this nature will require a proper feasibility study and environmental impact assessment. As we talk about environmental impact assessment, at the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, there is a lack of capacity at this agency. And it has been alleged that no one takes this agency seriously. In January, ExxonMobil once again sent out ads for another shore base, and a wild stampede has occurred. So what exists now, Mr. Speaker? Anyone who has access to land by river is cutting and clearing, while seeking to get into the action. It is still to be seen the name of the agency or corporation that is monitoring this burst of activity. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned before, several communities have been challenging EPA, Exxon, and the government because of the unwanted and unapproved construction of industrial businesses in their neighbors' concrete plant in South. There must be some transparency as to the way environmental assets or assessments are done and approvals being granted. Now, Mr. Indar is left, honorable member. I explained that the government has issued over a dozen permits for the Guyana Shore-Based Inc., to conduct its constructive activities, and those permits have been put to good use. He boasted that there's expansion, and we would see this Guyana Shore-Based Inc. Building 2 additional berths to more vessels coming in from the open ocean. And he says it's going to be completed in October, and that the berths were constructed with full local content being realized, whatever that means. Next door to this Shore-Based Inc. is 60 million US project, he says, as I quote, of which he said, I've clarified from developers, and most of the works went to local contractors and sand providers and transportation people. Local people are getting into that, he says. But who are these people, Mr. Speaker? Who are these people? Are they the cronies? Are they friends? Is it equitably distributed? I don't want to, these words like marginality, comes into, under the participation results from preventative factors such as poverty and discrimination, ethnicity. These words, we try not to use them loosely, but they are words to be placed there. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that the government has no plan at this stage as it relates to shore-based activities in Guyana, including possible locations in the near distant future. So if there is a plan, where is the plan? Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC coalition is positing there is a lack of national development plan, and unless a holistic plan is developed and approved, the selected players will continue to operate willy-nilly. There seems to be a lack of zoning regulations, as was pointed out early. Businesses can construct commercial and industrial operations in the traditional residential area. And so it is the APNU-AFC belief, or rather we want to suggest that when considering the economics, instead of pumping millions into Gaisuko, the government should be directing Exxon and these companies to build the next base in Berbice and in Essequibo so that everyone or every county benefits. There is a need for the development of a national maritime plan, a master plan, that will inform developments in the port environment and areas that are in relatively close proximity to the port, as in this case. The present dilemma with the user conflicts was occasioned because the maritime sector was always on the back burner, while in other countries it is catalytic for development. So we need to watch that. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to note that the general manager of Guyana Shore Base Inc. has acknowledged that the shore base facility is now faced with a situation that is impossible to grasp all the necessary skills for the environment as efforts are made to expand its shore base capabilities outside of Georgetown. As I quote, he says, there's quite a lot of mixing of various services and products supplied to the oil industry, mixing with residential zoning. And he says, we don't have the differential zoning between an industrial sector and a residential sector. So there's a lot of work to be done. So we just don't go on the, we don't want to do something and then you plan after. Let's, let us plan first and then work our plan. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to let you know that the APNU AFC coalition is saying that a task force is needed for such important activities. An inclusionary task force will allow for strategic thinking and formulate strategic areas for dealing comprehensively with shore-based activities. The clause says, be it for the resolve that the government of Guyana informs ExxonMobil and all other oil and gas operators that all future shore bases shall be really state-owned, but lease the private operators. And by the way, there's a difference between state-owned and state-controlled. Mr. Speaker, we are looking here at transparency. And so if there's transparency, the citizens of Guyana can benefit, because transparency can reduce avenues for corruption. Transparency can shed light on public expenditures of state-owned enterprises made on behalf of the state. It also enables citizens to scrutinize this information, and there are benefits for state-owned enterprises. Transparency can improve access to capital. It can promote public-private partnerships and facilitate case of doing business. There is reporting on revenues on a quasi-fiscal expenditures, and it can enhance state-owned enterprises' status as national champions and help build trust among the Guyanese people. Transparency can enhance the state-owned enterprise efficiency so as to increase the government's share of dividends and increase revenues. Transparency can help to clarify the rules governing financial relationships between state-owned enterprise and the government. Data on state-owned enterprise revenues, as I mentioned before, and quasi-fiscal expenditures support decision-making in the energy transition. And we can see this in common examples as in Nigeria and Afghanistan, where they have monthly and yearly audits. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, the APNU AFC coalition is proffering that while the development of a shore-based facility will aid in the promotion of national economic development, it should not be hastily pursued. All possible options should be explored and the best ideas adopted and implemented. That the government owns the lands but can lease or sell it out for operations to the private sector, this is like what is done worldwide and what have done before. All the industrial parks established under all government was state land sold to private companies. However, this route ensures some amount of transparency, as I alluded to earlier, since the Parliament and National Assembly can have some oversight. So currently there is no oversight on the sale and disposal of lands, and so we hope that they will improve in that areas. So looking at this motion, we have already spoken about the task force, we've spoken about so many things, and so I join with my other colleagues to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Dr. Cummings, I now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan, to make his presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to indicate that I was taken somewhat by surprise by both Honorable Bishop Edgil and Mr. Indar, Honorable Member, in the way they assailed this very important motion coming from a person who knows the issues surrounding shore bases more than most. And we must appreciate that this aspect of the matter that is so new and novel to all of us in Guyana, shore bases, that is a facility that is going to help the oil sector, the FPSOs, in a variety of matters, in a variety of methods, and with services provisioning, which will ensure that Guyanese are employed, which will ensure also that Guyanese, by virtue of that employment, enhancing their reputation to be better mariners, boat captains, shippers, so many things in this vast sphere. To go and say that we must establish a multi-party agency to prepare a land use policy for where these shore bases should be, that kind of attack coming. This is an important motion, Mr. Speaker. Very, very important. And knowing that so many people have started a scramble, like in the olden days, of going to the west for gold, along mangrove banks of the Demerara, which has by nature a protective attribute about it, requires a land use policy in relation to trading. And so it is important that the adhocracy that is almost permanent in these matters now. Yes. That is replaced with planned authority. Mr. Speaker, we know the privateering interest of the capitalist class. The PPP, I used to learn that at Accobec College. We know that their prime motive will always be what is called profits and more profits. We also know that that could only be restrained and constrained by the state. They can be shackled sometimes to the extent of the freedom of capitalist enterprise is not there, and that is a bad thing. But they could be unruly horses to the extent whereby they could damage the entire bank. They could, yes, and create clusters that could be environmentally hazardous to the extent that their private entrepreneurship is something dastardly. And that is what this motion is all about. To walk that narrow corridor. Development and growth, Mr. Speaker, is indeed a narrow corridor. And there is a famous book that was written by the authors of How States Fail, Acemoglu and Robinson. A most recent one talking about this narrow corridor. That if we do not get in between the privateering, profiteering interest of the capitalist as against the state, ensuring that the larger society benefits from their enterprise, walking that narrow corridor could mean reversing into a road to ruins. And that is fundamental. Fundamental to the extent that this authority of a task force that will be made up of People like, if Kwame wants to be there, Kwame could be there. Or he couldn't be there. But we can have experts who can understand it. I want to also state something that one of the most famous of our politicians, and one who tutored me in these things, and tutored you too, Mr. Speaker, Acting Speaker. Dr. Jagan used to talk about the non-discrimination of development. And I recalled when we did this constitution, new as it is, we ensured that Article 34 was placed there. It is the duty of the state to enhance the cohesiveness of the society by eliminating discriminatory distinctions between town and country. What this motion has is but a concrete approach towards getting there. That is what it does. Because this aspect of it has to do with not only delivering the services from the Demerara end. We know that you sometimes cannot go and say that you are taking away people's choices. But if you do not have planning that goes along, and the other word for that planning, sir, is regulation. We must have regulation. And what this motion seeks to do is to ask for regulation in relation to shore bases, which will always be a good thing if the experts here in the multi-agency task force can do such a land policy, and especially if they do so and report to this assembly, as the first resolve clause states, as early within 6 months, or we could extend that for purposes of our analysis therefrom of that report, so that we will be in a better position to learn where we're going to do this. And I say so also with this distinction, very important, between town development as against country development, because Guyana is a big country. And when we did this motion, we wanted to know how much more miles if you are going to Essequibo, or how much more miles you are going to Berbice, as against coming straight to Demerara. And do you know what's the difference? It is 10 miles. As a matter of fact, Berbice might be shorter for the distance than Demerara. And it will ensure that there is more development works of a different order that the Berbicians can see. You only want them to what? Plant rice and cut cane? You don't want them to understand something different, marine life, how to clean these radioactive material in the pipes and whatever is in there, and get an enhanced education and so on, to do that kind of thing? No. To let some Essequibans in wheresoever they could find a place to put this task force, assuming can find it, so that those Essequibans that work so hard in their areas can have their next generation, their children, coming up to the extent of saying that, Dad, I would like to go into that industry, I want a training in relation to that, and so on. And then, of course, the nuclear effect of that kind of economy, then setting up vocational schools all across there for purposes of ensuring that our children of tomorrow will not be cane cutters and rice farmers only. That is the benefit of this motion. And it is important that we do not do this thing of wanting, like Anand Prasad, Honorable Member, only our children to cut cane. And they don't want to cut it anymore. Go and ask all the managers all over the place. Mr. Speaker, when you are not with an imagination, when you are not with any innovation in thinking, you're going to be stuck. And that is why you're going to remain like a dinosaur. And I don't want Guyana to be a Jurassic Park with only dinosaurs like certain honorable members here. We want to move on. Mr. Speaker, and it is so fundamental then that this motion be supported. There is what is called in the politics of a modern world, what is called the tragedy of our commons. Our commons means our land, our people, culture, whatever. And there is a certain tragedy when we think only of wanting to do that which we did 100 years ago. That is not what caused London to develop to London, or New York to develop to New York. No, and Singapore to develop to Singapore. It is because of a tragedy of our commons, especially of the thinking of certain people. And that creates that tragedy. Their interest alone matters as against the larger interest of all. And Mr. Speaker, I want to quote from another book, Jared Diamond, Collapse: How Societies Choose to Fail or to Succeed. I think he won a Pulitzer Prize for this. And this is what he says. And he says this: consider a situation in which many consumers are harvesting a community-owned resource, such as fishermen catching fish in an area of ocean, or herders grazing their sheep on a communal pasture. If everybody overharvests the resource, it will become depleted by overfishing or overgrazing, and thus decline and disappear they will. And all the consumers will suffer. It would therefore be in the common interest of all consumers to exercise restraint and not overharvest. But as long as there is no effective regulation of how much resource each consumer can harvest, then each consumer would be correct to reason this. And that is the Jurassic Park dinosaurs we're talking about. If I don't catch that fish or let my sheep graze that grass, some other fisherman or herder will anyway come and take it up. So it makes no sense for me to refrain from overfishing or overharvesting. That is what operates, because it's human nature. And the correct rational behavior is that we must then regulate. That is what is being sought here. And those people that don't want to regulate, he then goes on to state why they don't want to regulate. Chief among the forces affecting the non-regulators who are committing political folly is lust for power, named by Tacitus as the most flagrant of all passions. This is a fantastic piece of writing. And he goes on to state, it says that you shouldn't have rigged elections too. And everybody that is in Guyana must vote in Guyana. Not they must be in America and vote in America. That is page 504. Don't share ID cards. You and your ID cards. And by the way, these are my books, you know. These are my books. I bought them. I didn't get a president to give me them. Yeah. Catching up Barjag, I think. Yeah. Now, a more familiar economist, probably known by Mr. Asni Singh, would be Joseph Stiglitz. He's the winner of a Nobel Prize. And he wrote this very famous one called People, Power, and Profits. He talked about rigged elections too. Yes, he talked about it. Ensure that it is genuinely not. Yes. And he was dealing with regulation and the writing of the rules of the game. as the motion is asking for. There are many areas where it is best, this is at page 143, where it is best to leave production to the private sector. That doesn't, however, mean that the private sector should be able to do whatever it wants. It needs to be regulated. We have to understand why and when we need regulation, how best to manage the regulatory process, and why it is in many areas, the problem today being not over-regulation, but under-regulation. Once we have an interdependent society, it goes on to say, there has to be regulation. And it is very important, as I have indicated here. But it's just because he can't, you know, that's the trouble. When Stiglitz goes on to talk about what it is about the regulatory process, and I'm going to read a little extended passage here, because indeed it applies almost square on. You know, when we lawyers do cases in court, when we find a case that applies almost square on, we love to chill out in it. And when I saw this passage, I literally chilled out. Yeah. Designing a good, efficient regulatory system is difficult, but we have done a remarkably good job of combining, once we get the expertise, with checks and balances. We want to avoid politicization of the regulatory process as far as possible. And it is important that these become accountable agencies, which in turn implement that which the lawmakers have impartially tried to get. We have even created regulations to ensure that the regulations are made and enforced fairly and efficiently. And then he goes on to talk about commentators can suggest improvements and alterations. Then the agency proposing the regulation has to respond to the comments, eventually issuing a final version. And those who do not like the regulation can challenge these in court. That is basically what we are talking about here. And I would like to take my advice from a person of this stature as an economist than one who would rather want the entire adhocracy to dominate there in the mangroves of West Bank. Mr. Speaker, these are important matters which we have to address, and we have to address them as early as possible because of the fact that we do not have time. Time is always against us. And it is clear that if we did not do that, we are going to have inequality. It is a humongous, big problem today, this thing called inequality. And it is best that the state comes in, not the Leviathan state, but an entrepreneurial state that can help build, as is mentioned in the other resolve clause, that can help do these shore bases and give it out to operators who can deal with ExxonMobil. It is always far more useful because when the state does that, you are going to have lots more of the regulations on environmental issues, on so many other construction issues, safety of the environment in relation to mangroves and all of that. The state is always better in relation to that than private profiteers. And because you might not be in a position today for Guyanese to have the capacity to find the financing for purposes of getting down to these shore bases, it is always a good thing that the state, the entrepreneurial state, gets that job done. Oh yes, you might get some of them saying that Ramjatan is the ideologue, now he turned socialist. He's looking now at asking the state to do that. It is not socialism. The entrepreneurial state is like the nationalist state. You want them to look after the interest of Guyanese. And it is so important, Mr. Speaker, that this be understood as being the backbone, the crux and core of this motion, rather than giving the impression as if we want to score points. It's because we are aware that there is a lot of opaqueness about what is going on with shore bases now. We don't even know the players. And then when we know the players, like we know TriStar, he has violated all the laws. That is what we now know. And if it is something, that company or its proprietors ought to have been indicted under the Forestry Amendment Act of 2010. When this thing happened, you didn't hear what the Minister Patterson, David Patterson's honorable members talk about. That these things happened shortly after. And you know what has caused all of this? Is because, Mr. Speaker, we signed on in 2015 or 2016 to that oil exploitation agreement, production agreement. It has caused all of this. A lot of them didn't want us to do that. But when you sign on to that, a whole lot of other new problems will occur, new dilemmas, new challenges. And what we are asking for, in view of all of these new challenges arising, we are now saying that this is what must be done. Experts must come in, Natural Resource Agency. I want to correct something that is being even made as propaganda, that we hide some signature bonus deal. I am aware that 2 weeks after we signed the agreement, it was registered in the deeds registry. And it was there for the entire world to see. And it is there. And they now come in and say that we hit it. A lot of the deals with shore bases we don't know nothing about. And we would hope that these deals can go into some registry so that we could see, for the sake of our next generation, we had done something in the Environmental Protection Act to ensure that the next generation can know, by virtue of doing public hearings. Do you know what is now the fallacy and the charade of public hearings going on with the EPA? They go to the people at East Bank and they shout them down and they walk and go away. That is not transparency. And so it is very important for all of us to find that narrow corridor in which transparency, justice, rightfulness about decision-making, and not the folly of it all, as we are seeing now. Environmental standards being put together, and also a huge place, because Guyana got a lot of land, so that whether it is taking another 5 miles or another 10 miles to Berbice, it does not matter. It will not matter, because Exxon will still be serviced. It's an extra 5 miles with a boat carrying whatever, oil pipes and whatever things else. But at least we will have development in Essequibo. We will have development in Berbice. And we must not allow the crabs that caused the Crab Island deal, by virtue of fake leases and all of that, to despoil development. It is not. And that is why all of this, all of these things are so important. All of these. I want to indicate to you, Mr. Speaker, that no right-minded thinking person, right-thinking person is going to state that this is a bad motion. And we are giving our support to the government in relation to ensuring that this thing is done properly. So it is important then that we all support it for the equitable development across Guyana for the benefit of all Guyanese. We must ensure that we set up this task force. We get our experts, and we do that which is the right thing for our country. Mr. Speaker, those who over there do not like zoning would love to see the chaos and the anarchy that we suffer from these days. We were there for a 5-year period, and we inherited a lot of these things. They are giving the impression that when 2015 was around, the traffic congestion on East Bank was not there. They are giving the impression as if a number of these challenges were not there. And that once we went in there, signed up the agreement, created what is called growth rates that will be more than 25% and all of that, as if we did nothing at all. But that is not right. What is right is regulation. What is right is zoning. What is right is some experts now ensuring that we have equitable development for all Guyana. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister within the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, Dr. Ashley Silver.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the debate on this motion moved by the Honorable Member, Mr. David Patterson, on the subject of the location of Guyana shore-based services. I listened, sir, with great and keen interest to the contributions made by our colleagues on that side of the House. And Mr. Speaker, as speaker after speaker on that side of the House stood up and regaled us with almost evangelical zeal of the virtues of this motion and the importance of what they described, just to borrow the words of the last speaker, the importance of regulation, zoning, etc. One might perhaps be forgiven for thinking that there was some measure of seriousness and sincerity in the arguments that were offered by our colleagues on that side of the House, had they perhaps spent the last 10, 15, 20 years in opposition. One would scarcely believe that a party that believes so fervently in regulations, in zoning, in a multi-agency task force to prepare a land use policy, in all of these measures that are proposed, one could scarcely imagine that these arguments were being offered by a party that spent the last 5 years in government. Sir, it causes one to wonder if the APNU-AFC believes, as they appear now in their current incarnation, if they believe, as they appear now in their current incarnation, that a land use policy is so important, one has to ask oneself,
What were they doing for the last 5 years? What were they doing for the last 5 years? Did they set up a multi-agency? Mr. Ramjatan, sir, spoke about the fact that we do not have time. We need to move with haste to set up this multi-agency task force and prepare this land use policy. We do not have time. Sir, they just spent 5 years in government and left nothing to show for it except green painted buildings, green painted fences, green napkins, green letterheads. Look around, sir. That was what was important for them. Green frivolity. Frivolity. They spent 5 years, sir, engaged in an excursion of frivolity in government and have left absolutely no policy of any significance, no new project, no legacy of which to speak except a legacy of disrepair and disgrace. And they come now, sir, to this house, and stand up and dare to lecture this house and this country, on how important a land use policy is. Sir, the very minister who was responsible for this sector cannot demonstrate a single effort to implement any of the things, cannot point to a single step that he has taken during his term in office. And now the minute that, while he was in office, sir, his priority was on getting birthday gifts, bangles, bracelets. That was his priority, sir. And now that he has stepped out of office, suddenly, sir, he's concerned. He's concerned about a land use policy. Where were you for 5 years? Where were you for 5 years? Sir, to give you an example of the kind of historical revisionism, that the AP and AFC would like to subject this country to. I will cite only one example. Well, in fact, I will cite one for the time being. I might, as I go along, cite a few more. But I will use merely the point made by the honorable member, Mr. Ramjatan, about the signing bonus. Sir, I wish to quote from the Kaichor News of November 23rd, 2017. And the headline reads, sir, here it is. The headline reads, "No signing bonus with Exxon Mobil," says Finance Minister. And there is a picture of the then Minister of Finance, Mr. Winston Jordan. Sir, and I will quote from this article. Sir, Mr. Jordan stated that such a claim, and he was referring to the claim that there was a signing bonus. Mr. Jordan stated that such a claim is a figment of the imagination. Mr. Jordan stated that such a claim is a figment of the imagination, and that there is, and I will quote in inverted commas, in quotation marks, and that there is no agreement for any bonus. On the 23rd of November, 2017. While, sir, there is a very important chronological point that needs to be made. Because while Mr. Jordan while Mr. Jordan was making this point, note the date, 23rd of November 2017, that the claim is a figment of the imagination and that there is no agreement for any bonus on the 23rd of November 2017. On the 20th of September 2016, sir, on the 20th of September 2016, his ministry had written to the central bank to open a bank account designated signing bonus granted by ExxonMobil in September 2016. What is further, sir, that when questioned on this matter, Mr. Jordan said and is on camera as saying, I don't know. I cannot tell you. I wasn't part of any negotiations. So I can't tell you about how we arrived at 18 million. I couldn't tell you who negotiated the thing. I don't know, to be quite honest. You know, in fact, and this is the pièce de résistance. This is the pièce de résistance, sir. You know, in fact, I thought it was a gift. And that, sir, is not a figment of my imagination. That, sir, is not a figment of anybody's imagination in Guyana. That, sir, is captured on video for posterity. So this business about historical revisionism and trying to rewrite history and trying to deceive the people of Guyana, sir, will not work as it did not work on every other occasion in the past. As it did not work in the past, sir. The people of Guyana are well aware of the facts. They're well aware of the facts. And I cite this, sir, only as one example, and there are many, many, many others. There are many, many others. The fact of the matter is, sir, that on literally every question of public policy, let us take the one that is at hand, land use policy. I have searched, sir, the APNU AFC manifesto. I have 2 successive manifestos. Since they are such champions of land use policy, I have searched, sir, their 2015 manifesto. Yes, as a matter of fact, I seem to recall in 2015 they very reluctantly and belatedly released a manifesto, if I remember correctly. Sir, I have searched the APNU AFC manifesto of 2015. I have searched, sir, the APNU AFC manifesto of 2020. Now, I readily confess, sir, my eyesight rather, is not as sharp as it used to be when I was younger. But I searched copiously, and I was unable to find in both of the last 2 successive manifestos of the APNU AFC a single reference to land use policy, sir. I was unable to find a single reference to land use policy. But now, as soon as they are in opposition, as soon as the people of Guyana rightfully and justifiably consign them to the ranks of the opposition, they suddenly embrace the virtues of a land use policy. Let me contrast, sir. Let me contrast, sir, our People's Progressive Party Civic Manifesto for 2020 and read for you. I will do so very quickly because I believe a speaker before me already referenced it. I believe Honorable Minister Ejel already referenced it. We stated very clearly that we will establish a formal interagency mechanism for the purpose of coordination amongst the forestry, mining, agriculture, settlements, and infrastructure sectors, etc., etc. That we will address intersectoral issues regarding the implementation of land use policy, that we will implement a national land use policy with a regional dimension and which harmonizes residential and commercial interests. This, sir, is a direct quotation from the People's Progressive Party Manifesto for 2020. From the People's Progressive Party Manifesto for 2020, sir. And so, sir, yes, in fact, we are delivering all of our manifesto promises. Did you deliver the $9,000 per bag of paddy? Did you deliver the 20 or 40% increase that you promised sugar workers? Instead of we actually deliver what we promise. We actually deliver what we promise. You promised to cut taxes, and instead you put VAT on electricity, VAT on water, VAT on education, VAT on health, VAT on heavy equipment, VAT on everything. And then you say we cut taxes. You added 200 new taxes, but you had promised to cut taxes. And now you dare to come here and speak about delivering promises, sir? And now you dare to come and speak about delivering promises? Sir, so let me make it crystal clear. Let me make it crystal clear, sir, that whereas for 5 years, the APNU AFC engaged in nothing but a land grab for their cronies, now suddenly they've woken up to the virtues of a land use policy. Now suddenly, sir, where is the we can speak about the Rigorsville that was being established. We can speak about the Rigorsville that was being established. We can speak about the Rigorsville that was being established, and all of the land that was given away after the no confidence motion, and indeed after the 2nd of March 2020, when they had already lost government. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me go further, sir. If one really were to examine this motion, one would see, first of all, clear evidence that the APNU AFC is seeking now to advocate actions that they made no effort to take while they were in government. But I will go further, sir, and I will point out that the motion in its very formulation, points to the gross ineptitude and incompetence that characterized the APNU AFC in government. It points to the ineptitude and incompetence that characterized their time in government. And I will point out just a few simple examples that are reflected in the formulation of this motion. Mr. Speaker, first of all, the first be it resolved clause makes reference, or calls rather, for a national task force to prepare a land use policy. Sir, it would appear that the author of this motion is of the view that a national land use policy would somehow dictate which areas are to be used for what. And whether the Berbice River or the Demerara River or where should be used for shore base and where should not be used for shore base. That, sir, reflects a fundamental lack of understanding of what a land use policy really will do. A land use policy, sir, will not dictate what area should be used for what. A land use policy, sir, will instead outline the broad principles that will govern the management and use of land. Objectives for land use, including issues such as economic growth and efficient uses of land, issues related to multiple purposes of land use, issues on addressing how land conflicts can be addressed and avoided, what types of land use should be promoted. Nothing to do with whether to use Berbice River or Demerara River for land. And so the mere conceptualizing of this motion that somehow a land use policy will dictate where to put shore base and where not to put shore base reflects a fundamental lack of understanding of what land use policy aims to do, first of all. Secondly, sir, the mere fact that the motion refers to a land use policy specifically, we hear the Honourable Member, Mr. Ramjatan, speaking of a land use policy for shore base. His words, not mine. A land use policy for shore base. And that's reflective of the thinking, because hear what the motion says, sir. The motion speaks of a land use policy specifically for the location of the oil and gas sector. Sir, by very definition, a land use policy, by very definition, cannot focus on a particular sector. By very definition. You have alternative and competing uses for land. You have complementary uses for land. You have support services to feed the oil and gas sector. You have issues related to transport infrastructure to connect to the logistic services that are required. You have issues related to commercial and residential use of land. Are you going to carve out a land use policy? You're going to carve out a land use policy, sir, only to dictate where you're going to put the shore base, without any consideration of what you're going to do with transport infrastructure, what you're going to do with connectivity, what you're going to do with industrial and commercial use of land, what you're going to do with energy supply, what you're going to do with urbanization and population location. Sir, they want to do a land use policy. They want to do a land use policy for shore base. And sir, nothing could better illustrate the incompetence and ineptitude of the APNUAFC. Sir, and so I submit that in addition to the grandstanding, you know, in the Caribbean there's a word, I believe, I hope I'm using it correctly, there's a word called pomposetting. There's a word called pomposetting. You sit down in government for 5 years, out of which for 2 years you were squatting illegally. You did nothing except paint fence green, paint building green, print letterhead green. Christmas party, 50 million. That is all you did. That is all you did for 5 years in government, sir. That's all you did for 5 years. And now when the people of Guyana have consigned you to where you belong, you come here and you're pomposetting. You come here and you're pomposetting. And if you want to see more evidence of pomposetting, sir. If you want to see more evidence of pomposetting, sir, hear what the motion says.
The motion says that it is the preference calls for this National Assembly to express a preference for future onshore bases to be in the counties of Berbice and Essequibo, to ensure parity in development of the oil and gas industry. And I see something about equal level. I don't know if I'm reading the correct version. Equitable, perhaps. I'm misreading it, or maybe it's misprinted. And the equitable, I suspect that was intended to be the equitable development across Guyana for the benefit of all citizens. Sir, Berbice and Essequibo. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had the privilege of participating in an event hosted by the United Nations International Labour Organization. They were launching a report that the ILO had commissioned on the socio-impact of the decision to close the several estates during 2016-2017. Sir, that report, as I said this morning, and as I will say this evening for the purposes of entering it into the record of this National Assembly, that report, sir, documented the callous and unconscionable manner in which those estates were closed. And worse yet, speaking about money, oh yes, that is what was said. What was said? Are your people? Are your people? Are your people? Well, you know what? All of the people of Guyana are the PPP's people.
That's right.
Sir, the report, yes, and I can repeat what the people of Skeldon have said to me. I can repeat what the people of Skeldon have said to me on the trauma that they faced when the Skeldon estate was closed, sir. Sir, tens of thousands of families, and this is not the People's Progressive Party saying it, we have said it. We have said it, sir. But this is an ILO commissioned report that documents the socio-economic havoc, the trauma that was inflicted upon tens of thousands of Guyanese people. Not just workers, but their dependents and families. Not just their dependents and families, but the owners of small businesses who were dependent on sugar workers and their families going to their small business when they collected their pay on Friday. The villages that were dependent on the sugar economy. The entire communities, the report, in fact, I quoted this morning from a paragraph of the report that spoke about the fact that sugar was inseparable from the socio-economic fabric of communities. The report said Rose Hall was not just a sugar estate. Rose Hall is a town, an entire town whose economy was built around sugar. The report spoke about Skeldon and Corriverton, and the fact that Skeldon was not just a sugar estate. Skeldon was contiguous to Corriverton, a large population center whose economy was dependent on sugar. And so, sir, that report documented the fact that a commission of inquiry initiated by the APNU examined the sugar industry and did not stop short, was the language the report used, stopped short of recommending the closure of any sugar estate, but notwithstanding that their own commission of inquiry stopped short of recommending closure of any sugar industry, that APNU, AFC government still proceeded to close the sugar industry, inflicting hardship on tens of thousands of people, wreaking havoc in their lives, destroying the village economy and the rural agricultural economy. Oh yes. So don't come now, Mr. Speaker, through you, sir, if I may, to honorable members, on that side of the house. Don't come now and cry crocodile tears about Berbice and Essequibo and Pomposette. And Pomposette, when you spent 5 years in government and cannot point to a single thing that you did to bring development to Berbice and Essequibo. Don't come now and Pomposette. Let me say this, sir. This motion is nothing but rank political opportunism. But it has one real motive, well, it has multiple motives, one of which is an attempt, yet another flimsy attempt to delude and deceive the people of Guyana. But it has one other significant intention. The explicit design of the APNU-AFC for several years has been to frustrate development in Guyana. The explicit design. They, by their own actions, deliberately stopped and frustrated and derailed the Amila Falls project. Had they not done so, sir, and I will say this, the Amila Falls project was being developed by some of the largest and most credible international investors in the world. That is correct. And they stepped in, and by their deliberate actions, stepped in and frustrated the Amila Falls project. You know why, sir? Because their design is to deny the people of Guyana any development whatsoever. They rather deny the people of Guyana development for cheap political purposes. And that is what this motion is all about. To deny and delay the massive developments that are going to unfold in Guyana as a result of the restoration of democracy despite their fervent efforts. The massive development that is about to unfold in Guyana. This motion has the objective of seeking to delay and frustrate development in Guyana. And for that reason, sir, it should be roundly and wholeheartedly rejected. I thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member, Mr. Devon Sears, please make your contribution now.
I think y'all could do better than that. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to mention how elated I am to be back in this honorable house after 98 days. Undoubtedly, one of Guyana's longest unofficial parliamentary breaks. It is during this break we have experienced turmoil, we have experienced a lack of proper monitoring of budgetary allocations, the continuous, unceremonious firing of public servants, the installed government in my hometown, Linden, sent home the first-year students at the Charles Rose School of Nursing. I go even further to say within those 98 days, they would have cut the salaries of some of our frontline workers, the nurses, because they were exercising their constitutional right to protest. Also, they have sent home some core workers, and most recently, they have dismissed some of GWI's employees, one of them being my colleague. Within these 98 days, we have seen dangerous inflations across the country. High cost of living. No longer can a small man afford to build a home because the promise no VAT on construction material is a farce. We have seen the increase in crime within those 98 days, Mr. Speaker. We've also seen the lack of proper planning when it comes to natural disasters, more so what we're faced with right now with the flood. We've seen the spiraling out of control contractions, hospitalizations, and deaths of Guyanese as a result of COVID-19. We're in a terrible place, Mr. Speaker. Such seeming prorogation of Parliament should never be encouraged, especially when Guyanese lives are being affected. Mr. Speaker, having laid that off of my chest, I bid you, my side of the House, and the other side, greetings. This motion, which is brought to the fore through the name of Honorable Member David Patterson, focuses on key aspects of shore-based locations in Guyana in response to the projected development in the oil and gas sector. And I say this is far-sighted. Kudos to you, Honorable Member. While some of my positions may seem cross-threading with those of my presenters or colleagues who presented before, me referring to it again or mention it again is for emphasis. Given a quick background, in September 2017, Exxon awarded a contract to Guyana Shore Base, and this was to serve their interest. Since it was the only facility, this award was done despite obvious challenges, one being environmental concerns. The Houston area now is a hub of oil and gas and has become not by a virtue of studies or future developmental plans, by simply Exxon awarding a contract to the said shore base. Generally, the supplier seeks to operationalize what it wants. This is the current situation, Mr. Speaker. In January, Exxon announced that, look, we need another shore base. And it just so happens everybody run helter-skelter who got a piece of land, start cutting down things. This is unacceptable. I say, as what occurred in West Demerara, laws were broken with no care for the environment, possible erosion or flooding. According, like my colleague mentioned, the Honorable Member Ramjatan earlier, mangroves in Guyana are considered to be protected species under the Forestry Act of 2010, which make it illegal to destroy. The PPP has already stated this wanton act, an act of willful misconduct, will continue, most likely among their friends, their families, and their cronies, similarly to what happened with TriStar. This broke the hearts of many who have volunteered their time and effort and energy in planting mangroves. All for what? Riches, wealth, with no consideration. Mr. Speaker, mangrove stabilizes the environment. It fights against erosion, it protects against flooding, sustains fisheries, it ensures coastal water quality is improved. Also, most importantly, in just a few years ago, in total, the world's mangrove really measured up to 24 million metric tons of carbon, and this really helps our environment when it comes to that. Mr. Speaker, might I remind this House, the Worldwide Fund for Nature Guyana, WWF, in early May 2021, stated that a full social and environmental impact assessment must be done when it comes to the oil and gas sector. And we, the opposition, endorse this. I want to ask the other side of the House, where is the environmental and social impact assessment when it comes to this project with TriStar? We want to see it. We, the opposition, on behalf of the people of Guyana, want to see this impact assessment. Unfortunately, we will have to wait a very long time because there's none. I say to us, honorable members of this House, that the time to act is now. Unless we have a plan, a clear-cut plan on how we can secure our children's future and even ourselves, we will be heading down a treacherous path. It is disappointing to hear discriminate utterance of ignorance from the Honorable Member Ejil, who, according to Stabrook News, May 11, 2021, mangroves removal necessary for development. I ask of the other side, is this how we want to leave our legacy? Is this how we want this Honorable House to remember? I ask the other side also that we must not wait in vain for progress when it comes to environmental action. I heard recently from the previous speaker talking about APNU plus AFCs not doing anything within those last 5 years that we served. I will prove you different in a few minutes. Several communities have also challenged the EPA, Exxon, and the government because of unwanted and unapproved construction of industrial business within their neighborhoods. Right, one of it being most recently is that of a concrete plant in South Glenn Belt. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that our country is moving fast. And there's nothing wrong with moving fast. But in order to move fast and develop, we must again emphasize on having a structural plan, of which this motion addresses. Guyana must be a model for other oil producing nations. We must be able to stand up proud and say, yes, we have done it the right way. And our model must be the one to follow. Mr. Speaker, I must register concern and my dreadful disappointment in the recent performance of the Environmental Protection Agency. Since the sacking of EPA Executive Director Dr. Vincent Adams, why has the EPA gone silent? No one takes the EPA serious anymore. A slap on the wrist is not enough. We want penalties, fines, charges, and imprisonment. That is what we want, and that is what Guyana needs at this point in time. Mr. Speaker, in August 2021, the coalition handed over an EPA that had overwhelmingly regained its high morale of the EPA staff and the respect and trust by the public and stakeholders and consumers, and was on its way to achieving a vision of becoming a model agency of the nation where all want to work, as evidence of which I'm going to state right now. During our time, Honorable Member Ashni Singh, the APNU plus AFC worked on improving the standard of delivery from the Environmental Protection Agency. We recruited Guyanese leadership and technical expertise of international recruit that went as far as building a high-performing organization, HPO, of international standards, instilling a never-before culture, customer focus, discipline, process-oriented competence, employee performance standards and accountability, confidence again, and empowerment. We also significantly raised the morale, enthusiasm, and discipline of our workforce. We also went as far a process of systematic response to complaints, inquiries, and permit applications. Some sitting around for over 5 years, 25 years, without even going into action. We also set aside 24 hours hotline services, and we even opened our business hours, extending it through the lunch period. We brought over 5,000 expired permits into compliance, some expiring over 15 years, and this happened under the PPP. We also collected approximately 143 million used for vehicle enhancement, which allowed us to do a lot of field monitoring and enforcement. We also made Guyana the 9th IOPER, International Offshore Petroleum Environmental Regulatory, and the EPA membership in the Society of Petroleum Engineers, and the AWMA, Air and Waste Management Association. I can go on and on about some of what we did also. We invested heavily in staff development through revision of study leave policy. We worked details in Texas and Trinidad, and exposure to international conferences and management in professional organizations. That is what the APNU plus AFC did. And I can further go on. Upon change in the administration in 2015, a forensic audit was immediately conducted to determine the staffing needs, competence requirements for the EPA, and determine the needs of 262 employees. We also would have worked with hiring 20 skilled staff, including 8 new engineers, which was previously 0, and scientists in the agency that has to be grounded in strong science and engineering, because we believe in delivery and enforcement. The APNU plus AFC did that. Moving on, we opened 2 new offices to secure, and we were going to secure a further additional 2 after the COVID-19 period would have passed. And these plans was to ensure that every region is serviced the way that it should. Every environmental issue is dealt with in a manner that is not only professional, but follows the laws of Guyana. We know that persons had an issue when it comes to understanding the role of the EPA. We went on a sensitization campaign through the newspaper, using television, using radio, having meetings in various regions with the municipality and the RDCs and other stakeholders. The APNU AFC did that, Honorable Ashton Singh. We develop regulation standards and guides, which never existed before, for all types of industries to allow the systematic, objective, consistent, and defensible decision making. And we did about 17 such guidelines. There are many other things that we did, but Mr. Speaker, I must say to you this evening that at this stage where we're at with the EPA, it seems as if it is being used as a political tool. Similarly to what is happening with other constitutional agencies, whereby the APA is only giving no objections to the boys. This is a corrupt practice. The EPA needs to fulfill its mandate and begin to forcefully address these environmental concerns. If you lack capacity, work the channel, come to this honorable house, and we, the opposition, will support the development and enhancements of the performance of the EPA. EPA, you are the guardian of this earth, of our country, of our environment. You're not the guardian of democracy. Maintain your independence. Mr. Speaker, this motion in extract highlights a few facts that must not be ignored. One of it being our country's shore base, we only have one, and it falls between two residential areas, Rumvelt and Macdoom. The increase in activity is causing not only air pollution, but we also have noise pollution, and we could also get chemical pollution and some other things that might follow. So we have to treat this here with care, because we're dealing with people's lives, we're dealing with the environment, we're dealing with the health of everyone. The public must be informed about these projects, and that is what the motion talks about. And any impact that it would have on the natural habitat, as well as people and the environment, like I mentioned. An environmental disaster is potentially in the making. Oil pollutants could affect fishing for hundreds of miles. We have to be careful with this. And I might even go further. The generation of the naturally occurring radioactive materials. With these onshore bases, there are several things that happens aside from equipment and chemicals. If security is not paid attention to, security and proper monitoring, these same chemicals and other waste materials, once end up in the wrong hands, could make what we call dirty bombs. And we don't want to go down that line, because we want our country to be safe. Mr. Speaker, we should learn from other people's mistakes, and even our own. With that onshore base that we had there, that is a lesson learned, and we must do things differently. Hence, we're proposing as the opposition that every county, Essequibo, Demerara, and Berbice, get an onshore base. I use an example now from one of the ports in Louisiana. The port's name is Port Fortune. Fouchon. Thank you so much. Fouchon. With coastal wetland losses of 25 to 30 square miles per year, the long-term social, environmental, and economic consequences of coastal erosion deprive not only Louisiana but also the entire Gulf of Mexico region and the nation as a whole of virtually important fish, wildlife, and other wetland-related economic and environmental benefits. What they did, they consulted with the residents there. They consulted with the EPA and other stakeholders before they even proceeded. And after they would have constructed that port, they even thought long-term as to how to maintain the natural habitat of those wildlife. And this here only comes, or could only be done, if we have an established task force. That is what this motion is asking for. We are not playing politics when it comes to this. It is something that is needed for the benefit of all Guyanese. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this motion calls for the establishment of the task force to complete work started by the coalition. But don't just see it as work completed by the coalition. Don't see it as, oh, you're continuing the legacy of the coalition. See it as doing the right thing the other side of the house. It will guard the drafting of policies, enforcement, and sustainable or suitable locations with minimal environmental impact. I lay to this honorable house a few things for consideration. Without a doubt, Guyana needs multiple shore bases as its petroleum industry expands. We would agree with this. These bases must be built within environmental standards. Bases should enhance and partner with ecosystems where they are located and not disturb or destroy them. We need to urgently develop standards and regulations so that the industry does not develop at an uncontrollable pace, as we see what is happening right now. The current shore base at Houston was developed for a Liza Phase 1 project only, but now we have 20 oil discoveries coming from Exxon, and then likely more will come before the end of this year. So within this regard, we must build capacity because our capacity right now is very, very limited. On the point of good management and corruption, the suggestion is that in addition to laws and regulations for shore bases, there should be statutory boards set up to regulate same. And finally, these boards should comprise of relevant stakeholders, such as the petroleum companies, GGMC, EPA, and even regulators such as GRA. Let me make it clear, Mr. Speaker, that I, in my actions and based on my presentation, fully support the Honorable Member David Patterson's motion on location of Guyana shore-based services, while reminding this Honorable House, we did not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We merely borrow it from our children. And again, the decisions that we make now will affect generations to come. I encourage the other side of the House to do the right thing and support this motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Mr. Devin Sears. I now call on the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, Mr. Vikram Bharat, to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I start and I listened to a number of speakers on the opposition benches referring to 100 days, 120 days. But we must be reminded that it is the very opposition that kept this country waiting for 150 days while they were trying to rig the elections, while they were trying to snatch democratic rights away from our Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, in this very building, we spent 33 days. A few days ago was the anniversary for that. 33 days recounting the votes to show that the People's Progressive Party Civic won the March 2nd, 2020 elections by over 15,000 votes, Mr. Speaker. And today we hear about 100 days and 120 days. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we are in a bad state. We are in a bad state as a country, Mr. Speaker, when you have an opposition that play politics with the lives of people, that play politics with investments, that play politics with the development of our country. You have an opposition that is playing politics with a global pandemic when people are losing their lives. Rather than to get on board and to urge people to take the vaccine that our government is providing for. And Mr. Speaker, we are one of the few countries in the world. We are one of the few countries in the world that is providing vaccine for its entire adult population. A small country like Guyana, Mr. Speaker. A small country like Guyana. And when we have an opposition that is playing politics with the lives of people during a global pandemic, we are in a bad state, Mr. Speaker. When we have a national disaster, people homes are flooded, people mining camps are washing away, and then we have politicians coming to this house and grandstand about flooding and about people passing homes with hampers. They should get on board, Mr. Speaker. This is a national disaster. This is not affecting one section of our population or one region in our country. It is affecting the entire country. And they need to get on board rather than to come to the National Assembly and to gain cheap political points out of a global pandemic and a national disaster in our country. Mr. Speaker, that is why I say we are in a sad state when we have an opposition that would go to this depth to gain cheap political points. Mr. Speaker, permit me to respond to the motion filed by the Honorable Member David Patterson on the 3rd of May, notice paper number 68, titled Location of Shore-Based Services in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, let me say from the onset that the People's Progressive Party civic government is willing and is open to work with any serious-minded political party or stakeholder to develop the oil and gas sector. And I say that because it is in our manifesto. We campaign on that. We are serious about working with every single stakeholder to develop our oil and gas sector so that every single Guyanese can benefit. And that is what we intend to do, Mr. Speaker. But we cannot have an opposition we cannot have an opposition that is using this forum to grandstand or to pomposit, as the Honorable Minister mentioned, and to gain cheap political points. This is serious business. This is not coming to the House and pomposetting to gain cheap political points. This is national development we are talking about. This is people's lives we are talking about, Mr. Speaker. So the opposition needs to be serious about it, and let us come to the table and to discuss how we move forward the oil and gas sector. The oil and gas sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret, and we have to, as a government, as a people, as a country, we have to balance development with the preservation of our environment. I've listened to so many of the speakers on the opposition benches, and they sound confused, Mr. Speaker. Because one speaker would stand and would talk gloriously about protecting the environment, and our mangroves is so important to us, and we should not cut down our mangroves. And then another speaker will stand and say, we need shore-based company in Berbice and Essequibo. So we need to make up our minds, what do we want? What do we really want? The point is that as a country, we need to balance it. We must strike a balance between development and protecting our environment. That is important, and that is what we have to do. So you see, the honorable members who spoke on the opposition benches obviously are confused as to what really this motion is about, and what really do they want. I've listened to the honorable member, Jermaine Figueroa, spoke at length about local content policy, Mr. Speaker. He spoke like a czar on local content policy. But the honorable member don't know, he should have asked that the APNU AFC government had a draft local content policy that was launched in January of 2020. Maybe he's not aware of that. Maybe the honorable member is not aware of that. Maybe the honorable member should have acquainted himself with what is in that local content policy that was done by his government. Because everything he spoke of, Mr. Speaker, on the country is not in their local content policy. And it is available. It is available for anyone to peruse and to read for themselves. So the honorable member obviously was not advised that his government had a local content policy. And Mr. Speaker, just a quick perusal of the local content policy launched in January 2020 by the APNU AFC government. And these are just a few things as stated in the local content policy. As such, the implementation of the policy depends on the willingness and good faith of all relevant parties. It is not written with implementation in mind. It is just a policy on paper. It is just a policy on paper. Further, Mr. Speaker, it says that the policy does not give quantitative ratio or percentage of required employment of local persons and or the use of Guyanese suppliers. No targets, no measures, no time frame. So when the honorable member spoke so glowingly about local content policy, which most of what he mentioned I agree with, but unfortunately it was never in the APNU FC draft. It is now being placed in the People's Progressive Party or the government of Guyana draft that we are doing right now. A local content policy that will benefit Guyanese and Guyanese businesses.
That is what we want, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the oil and gas sector benefit every single Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, the policy, the 2020 policy, provides that the local content plans of foreign companies be protected by confidentiality provisions. Thus, local content plans and reports must remain confidential to the operator and the ministry. The effect of this is that it will not provide a full and fair opportunity for citizens to make an informed analysis or conclusion on how local content is being achieved. So, Mr. Speaker, this is what is in the AP and UAFC local content policy of January 2020. And this is what we will correct in our local content policy to ensure that Guyanese and Guyanese businesses benefit from this new oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, I've been in this National Assembly since October 2016, and there was never a sitting during that period of time while the AP and UAFC was in government that I have not heard of the proverbial forced oil. Every single day or sitting we were regaled and we were told about forced oil. And Guyana, the way forced oil was put over is as if we will start walking through streets of gold. And as I think there were many in the AP and UAFC who were pushing or trying to campaign that money will be given to every single Guyanese when oil starts to flow. Mr. Speaker, but while all this pomp and celebration was going on for forest oil, we saw people breaking coconuts, we saw cutting of ribbons, we saw many secret meetings at the Marriott and the Pegasus. But what was really done by the AP and UAFC to prepare us for forest oil? And that is the fundamental question that I think we need to ask ourselves here today. What was done by the AP and UAFC to prepare Guyana for forest oil? And we have seen many countries around the world. Namibia is an example, a very good example, to show where that country is already prepared administratively for production, yet they're still in the exploration stage. We were quite the opposite. We had a government that was celebrating forest oil, but was never preparing us administratively to deal with forest oil. And that is what, as a government today, we are saddled with, to ensure that we prepare ourselves to ensure that the benefits from the oil and gas sector benefit every single Guyanese. That is the bottom line. And that is the mantra for us, to ensure that every single Guyanese benefit from this sector. Mr. Speaker, and we don't have to look far as to what was done by the AP and UAFC with regards to the mismanagement of this sector. The PSA, which was signed in June 2016, it was signed in June 2016. That is probably one of the worst agreements in the history of this world. Or among all oil countries in this world, that was probably one of the worst oil deals ever. The minister signing the agreement said that he was advised to sign the contract. One time he was advised by GGMC, one time he was instructed to sign, one time he signed and the place was dark. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that is what we have to deal with today. We have to ensure that we create ways and to find ways in which Guyanese can benefit from a lopsided contract. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minister Ashley Singh mentioned and spoke about the signing bonus. The signing bonus, and he have an article to show that in 2017, almost 1 year after, the former Minister Jordan was still denying that we did not receive a signing bonus. And if my memory serves me right, maybe my chief whip can assist, that there was even a question in the National Assembly sometime in 2017 to the Honorable Member Jordan at that time. And he denied once again. It was only almost 1.5 years after. Then this country was actually told that we received 18 million US dollars as signing bonus, when countries were receiving 700 million, 1 billion, 2 billion, we received 18 million US dollars signing bonus. And we were further told that the signing bonus is in a special bank account somewhere, and it will be used to fight the big war with Venezuela, this big dispute with Venezuela, this controversy, that the money is there and it will be used for that. Or maybe we heard that it was a gift, they thought it was a gift. So, Mr. Speaker, when we say that the APNU AFC was pomposetting, but did not prepare us for forestall, these are some of the mismanagement of the oil and gas sector under the APNU AFC. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member Ramjitan spoke about regulatory body and regulation. The very APNU AFC brought the Petroleum Commission Bill to this National Assembly in 2017. In 2017, Mr. Speaker, it was sent to a special select committee. It was sent to a special select committee, and to this day, it has never seen the light. It has never seen the light because the APNU AFC was too busy trying to stay in government illegally after the no confidence motion and after the election. Mr. Speaker, our Petroleum Act was drafted in 1986. 1986. We had a government that was preparing for forest oil, signed a PSA, but never did anything. Never did anything to update our legislation so that we can manage the sector. Mr. Speaker, we know that we had the flaring, and the Honorable Member was so enthused for his motion to be debated in the National Assembly. But what the Honorable Member needs to tell the National Assembly is that the APNU FC left that problem with us. We inherited that problem, and we are fixing that problem, Mr. Speaker. We are fixing that problem. The Honorable Member Sears just mentioned about the EPA, and the EPA needs to be stronger, and the EPA needs to introduce fines and penalties. Maybe the Honorable Member is not aware that we are instituting a fee right now for flaring. Maybe the Honorable Member is not aware of that. But we are instituting a fee for flaring of $30 US per ton right now, Mr. Speaker. As it is now, based on the application of 36 days from ExxonMobil, Guyana stands to make almost $1.3 million US. $1.3 million US as a fee for flaring. Mr. Speaker, for the mismanagement of the sector, when we took over, three lifts were completed. 3 lifts were completed. Our demurrage fee, the demurrage fee for those 3 lifts, as it is today, Mr. Speaker, is over $500,000 US. The demurrage fee for 3 lifts is over $500,000 under the APNU AFC. We have had 3 lifts, Mr. Speaker. Our demurrage fee is $100,000, approximately $100,000. Last year in 2020, Mr. Speaker, and it is there in the budget, we had a savings on demurrage of over 100 million Guyana dollars. That is because we have been managing the sector in a better manner. We have been managing the sector in a more effective way so that we save. Mr. Speaker, coming back to local content and training. Training is important. It was mentioned by almost everyone that spoke. That yes, we have a deficit in Guyana because oil and gas is new to us. But what was done from 2016 when the PSA was signed, or when the AP and UFC took office, we had already found oil. What was done from then to 2020 in terms of training? Nothing, Mr. Speaker. Nothing. But yet we talk so glowingly about local content. Yet we say that local people must own oil and gas companies. Yet we say that our people must work on these shore-based facilities and the offshore FPSOs. But we have done no capacity building. We have not done that. And in a short few months that we have been in government, Mr. Speaker, we already have the gold program where we are offering 20,000 online scholarship to Guyanese in every single part of this country, be it in the Quarantine Coast, in the Rupununi, in Kokwani, or in the Northwest, wherever you're from, you have an opportunity to gain one of those scholarships that is offered by our government. Mr. Speaker, we are already in talks, and His Excellency President Irfan would have mentioned it recently, that we will develop an oil and gas institute. We will develop an oil and gas institute so our people train right here in Guyana, and don't send 1 or 2 persons to England or to Canada at the cost of $100 million, like what happened under the AP and UFC government. We will train more locally here so that we can truly satisfy the local content and create possibility and opportunities for people to be employed in the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, if I move to the Natural Resource Fund, or the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Mr. Speaker, the Natural Resource Fund bill was brought to this National Assembly in May of 2019. In May of 2019. Note, May of 2019 was after the no confidence motion. May of 2019 was after the 90 days that constitutionally elections were supposed to be held. So it was brought by an illegal government to this National Assembly and passed without the opposition being present, because we did not attend because the government was illegal at that point in time. So we would have committed ourselves, Mr. Speaker, that we will fix that Natural Resource Fund bill, or the act now, to ensure that there is proper accountability and transparency, to ensure that we account for every single dollar that is in the Natural Resource Fund and how it will be spent to develop our country and develop the lives of every single Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, there has been much talk about the environment. There has been much talk about the environment and the cutting down of mangroves. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, we have to balance development with protecting our environment. We have to balance development with protecting our environment. And if we look at the track record of the AP and UAFC in terms of protecting the environment and what was their strategy to reduce or to minimize carbon emission, what did we add, Mr. Speaker? We had the Green State Strategy. And what was the Green State Strategy? Green paint, building a green wall around the office of the president, repainting red zinc at number 53 Village to green zinc, waste of taxpayers' money. That was their Green State Strategy. That was their strategy to reduce carbon emission in this country. But yet they come to this National Assembly and talk about cutting down mangrove. The very mangrove that was planted by the PEP civic government. The very mangrove that was planted by the PEP civic government. And if we ask the AP and UFC, how many mangroves you planted from 2015 to 2020? Not a single one. Not a single one. Not a single one. How many reclamation projects you had from 2015 to 2020? Not a single one. How many reforestation projects you had from 2015 to 2020? Not a single one. But you come to this National Assembly and lecture us about how we need to protect the environment and how we need to reduce our emission. And yes, we agree we need to reduce our emission. We need to maintain our carbon sink status. And as a government, we have already started to address that, and address that in a practical manner. This is not talk and gaff.
Right? One man said that the AP and UFC is all talk and no action. And every day we are seeing that manifesting itself. No talk, talk and no action. We have already started to address the emission level and to ensure that we remain as a carbon sink through our LCDS program. LCDS and not Green State strategy. We already have a project that will start very soon to reclaim and to reforest 600 acres of land in Region 10. In Region 10, the gas to shore project. The gas to shore project will reduce our emission because we won't be using the heavy fuel that we are using presently at GPL, at Kingston. The gas to shore project will significantly reduce our emission. Our energy mixes will reduce our emission. So when we come to the National Assembly and talk about a few mangroves, and you know we grandstand that we love our environment so much. We love our environment so much. We are telling you about the gas to shore project. We are telling you about solar farms. We are telling you about hydro projects. We are telling you about reforestation to 6,000 acres of land. That is what we are telling you. So we are showing you that we have tangible projects that we will have to offset the carbon emissions. The gas to shore project is a single project that will transform the landscape of this country. It is a project that will ensure that every single Guyanese benefit. Every single Guyanese. And the opposition need to get on board and to support a project like that. Because every single Guyanese will benefit. And it will transform the landscape of our country. Already we know that the cost of energy generation in our country is too high. As a matter of fact, in this hemisphere, it's probably the highest. And we have a project. We have a project that will reduce that by almost 50%. By almost 50%. And you in opposition, you knew that. You knew that because Honorable Member David Patterson was part of the team that initiated the studies, I think, in 2017. And yet, we don't come to the National Assembly and lie. We don't come to the National Assembly and lie about signing bonus. We come to the National Assembly and we are factual because I saw the study. So I will not come to you and lie. But the point is that the AP and AFC recognize that the gas to shore project is the way to go. That is how we need to move our country forward. The unfortunate thing is that that study was done in 2017 and this is 2021. Nothing was done. Nothing further was done. Nothing further is done. In 10 months, we have moved that project already. We have already selected the site. We have already started the geotechnical, geophysical studies. So we have actually moved. This is not talk and no action like you. We have already started in a tangible way to move on the project and to ensure that it's realized in the shortest possible time so that every single Guyanese can benefit from the reduction in power generation. What will also happen, Mr. Speaker, is that our manufacturing industrial sector will boom because we will have cheap power at that point in time. Added with our hydro project and our other energy mixes. Mr. Speaker, that is the way, or that is the direction in which we are taking our country with regards to the oil and gas sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the motion also, I know my time is going. The motion also speak to development in Borbis and development in Esquibo. Mr. Speaker, our government have no objection. We have no policy. We have nothing against development in any part of this country. In any part of this country. If the AP and UAFC come and say that we support a shore base in Linden, we support a shore base in Linden too. We support one in Borbis. We support one in Demerara. We support one in Essequibo. But apparently, Mr. Speaker, we got to build over these mangroves. We will have to do that. So, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, at one point in time, Mr. Speaker, at one point in time, listening to the opposition, I was wondering if the motion is saying that we need to move this shore base from Houston, because I was kind of confused listening to the honorable members in the opposition benches speaking about the shore base company at Houston, and it is causing congestion in traffic and all sorts of issues related to it. But, Mr. Speaker, the sad reality is the very honorable member, when he was minister, gave permission for the development at Houston. It is the very honorable member who did that. So to come to the honorable House and to talk about the negative effects of a shore-based company at Houston, Mr. Speaker, is two-faced. So I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, in closing, that as a government, we support development in every single region, in every single county in this country. And we are serious about that. That is why we reopen the sugar estates in Berbice. That is why we reopen the sugar estates in Berbice. That is why we have been taking developments to all regions and to all counties throughout our country. So, Mr. Speaker, we call on the opposition to get on board. Get on board, otherwise you'll miss the ship, because Guyana is going places. The next 5 to 10 years will be the most exciting period in the history of our country. Get on board and let us develop our country together. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan, to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to sympathize with the hundreds of Guyanese across the nation who are suffering at this time from the massive floods. Their homes, cash crops, cattle, and such are being destroyed. Also, Mr. Speaker, to sympathize with those families who would have lost their loved ones to COVID-19, which the number is standing now at somewhere over 400 and something, and lots of families are suffering. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member before me spoke about grandstanding and playing politics with a national disaster. Mr. Speaker, the flood in this country is being poorly managed by this administration. Mr. Speaker, it is this administration who is playing politics with the lives of Guyanese and the livelihood of Guyanese when they fail to manage the floods across this nation, when they choose areas, villages, to go and give care packages and cleaning agents. Mr. Speaker, it is the members of this government who fail to ensure that pumps are installed at the requisite places. Mr. Speaker, it is the members of this government who fail to ensure that channels and canals are clean so that the people can not suffer from the flood waters that they're suffering right now. Mr. Speaker, I assume my position in standing to support the motion moved by my colleague, the Honorable David Patterson. Mr. Speaker, in supporting this motion, I must categorically state that this motion was conceived and structured with the best plan and structure for the oil and gas sector of this nation and the economic spillover that Guyanese must be beneficiaries of. Sir, it is one which clearly points out the necessary prerequisites for this sector, contracts, and one this government must embrace in ensuring the development of the country economically and having proper oversight of the expansion of the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, this motion in its various whereas clauses, be it resolved and further be it resolved clauses, outlines clear objectives that must be considered before the construction and further location of any shore-based services that is to be established. Mr. Speaker, in setting up an infrastructure of such significance and importance, one which has long-term effects and consequences along with benefits, there must be necessary consideration and studies done so as to set reachable requirements which will definitely look at the project in a holistic manner. As of such, sir, consideration must be given for challenges such as traffic, environmental concerns, locations in terms of accessibility and makeup, whether it is residential or commercial zones. Mr. Speaker, ExxonMobil has recently issued a request for information in Stabroek News dated March 3, 2021, and I quote, "The scope of this request for information is to identify contractors who can provide a fully functional, fit-for-purpose show base located in Guyana to support the needs of future Guyana projects starting in 2023. This includes the following, sir: documented proof of lease or land ownership, vortage capacity and capability to support a range of vessels, dedicated area for storage and staging of materials and equipment, dedicated area for fabrication, and dedicated office and warehouse space, dedicated material or cargo handling and equipment, personnel, plans and procedures required to support and operate the show-based service," the RFI document states. It also highlights that contracts must show a plan for local content here, and that contractors shall be responsible for implementing a number of local content requirements, along with any local content requirements issued by a Guyanese government authority. Mr. Speaker, the RFI continues to say companies have to declare to ExxonMobil how many years they have been in business, what type of business they operate, if they operate via an own affiliated or legal entity, if they are registered to work here, if they have the ability to obtain necessary permits, and if they are not linked to any litigation. Mr. Speaker, this RFI will give ExxonMobil the sole right and responsibility to choose who gets contracts in this sector and where they wish to develop and select as sites for show-based services. Mr. Speaker, while we on this side of the House support private sector development, we are also of the view that any future development must be planned and structured so as to benefit all the people in every region. Sir, when all the right and will of the government is taken away, how can they plan and strategically distribute services to boost the economical capacity and capability of this nation? Further, Mr. Speaker, it is the responsibility of the government to ensure that in the setting up of shore bases or deep water harbors, all of Guyana must benefit. To this front, sir, I strongly demand that Region 5 Mahaica-Borbis must be a beneficiary of our nation's treasured natural resource and wealth, that is our oil and gas. My region has all the advantages and requirements for an onshore base. Mr. Speaker, it has the direct access to the ocean. Region 5 has miles of shoreline that is directly adjacent to the ocean. It is close to the oil field, which will maximize sailing time. Region 5 shorelines are approximately 120 miles from the Liza 1, which of course means shorter sailing time, thus less cost. It has flat topography for laydown areas, and warehousing, buildings, and Mr. Speaker, Region 5 is blessed with thousands of acres of suitable lands. It has the availability of large areas of land for future expansion, road links, and air links. It also has the availability of utilities such as power, water, and telecoms. Most importantly, sir, it has good access to skilled workers, and Region 5 is blessed with hard-working, decent people who deserve their fair share of the oil and gas revenue. Mr. Speaker, Region 5 is known to be the largest rice producing region in this nation, producing approximately 454,476 metric tons of paddy, which is equivalent to 295,409 metric tons of rice, which was produced in 2019. In 2020, Mr. Speaker, 517,338 metric tons of paddy was produced, with 336,270 tons of rice. Mr. Speaker, however, with the growth in the population, extremely high cost of living, especially that on beef now, oil, and recently soap and soap products, in Region 5 and the nation at large, and the unwarranted dismissals of public servants in the Mahaica-Borbis region, I dare say rice cannot do it alone. We need much more economic development in our region so as to secure the livelihood of our people and guarantee better livable wages, income for our young men and women, while ensuring job creation throughout the region. Mr. Speaker, when one examines quite carefully the makeup and sustenance of the people of Region 5, they would understand that agriculture and small commercial businesses are the forms of employment and the main source of income for the people. Sir, the Gaisuko Blaymont Estate employs approximately 2,300 persons within the region, which has an average all-time high unemployment rate of 21%. Mr. Speaker, acknowledging the fact that Gaisuko is failing, continuously running at a loss, and the possibility of further downsizing in the future, the government must be cognizant of the fact that they need to make provision for the region. And one such way of best advice is to build a shore-based facility in the region which will help to cushion any short-term effect or collapse of Gaisuko in that region, and it will also assist with the employment and is in this regard also immediately help to lower the unemployment rate within the region. Sir, it will definitely provide the necessary avenues for the introduction and expansion of local content, while bringing other investors into the region, and the economic spill-off here again, sir, will turn or in return enrich the nation. Mr. Speaker, if one is to consider the location of the Mahaica-Borbis region away from the Liza oil field, Exxon offshore operation, they would recognize that the distance from the deep sea to the shore, in essence, is actually the same as that if we are to construct shore bases in Essequibo or Demerara, which is within the range of 100 to 135 miles offshore, with Borbis being 130 miles. This argues the point that distance in the location and setting up a shore base in Region 5 is not a tangible excuse. Mr. Speaker, the case and point here is that government must be able to craft a proper legislation and taking the responsibility to direct these companies where to build the shore bases across the country. In this way, it will demonstrate a proper developmental plan for all regions of Guyana. And this motion, sir, gives the green light and sets the path for government to take such an action in the immediate future. Mr. Speaker, this will serve our country much better rather than having Tom, John, and Harry's company spring up and to come build shore bases at any location of their choice, not taking into effect the environmental damages and possible risk they will put the country's community under, like the case of clearing of mangroves on the west bank of Demerara for industrial purposes. Mr. Speaker, these contracts, which are embedded in secrecy and handed to friends and cronies of the government of the day, must be brought to a halt. The fact that the deals are marred with corruption says they must be thoroughly investigated to to get what is best for all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the government has failed miserably in all areas of governance, especially in employment and job creation. Sir, it was the PPPC government who promised in their 2020 campaign manifesto to provide 50,000 jobs. But sir, today they have not provided not one, but instead they have taken away from over 2,000 Guyanese public servants across this country and in the semi-autonomous agency. It is against this backdrop that I advise the honourable members on the opposite side of the House to carefully consider this motion and weigh the direct benefits that will filter down to the people after the successful passage of this motion and implementation of its objectives. Mr. Speaker, I firmly support this motion and can boast of its benefits to all Guyanese. Once passed, we can see strict and well-managed environment and proper oversight and function of the Environmental Protection Agency. We can see eradication of corruption, cronyism, and nepotism, which is the best practice of the government of the day. Also, it will ensure proper zoning and location of the sites, economic boost to all 3 counties of the country, and most definitely job creation and recognition of our local content and market. I therefore commend this motion for passage. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan. And now I invite the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, to conclude the debate on this motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank everyone, all on both sides of the House, for contributing to this debate. Mr. Speaker, it's a lot to process, and I understand that I have 45 minutes, and I hope, right, that I can use them all uninterrupted. A lot was said from the members on the other side, and I would like to take the opportunity to respond. And in no particular order, I would respond, but out of deference to the Minister of Natural Resources, I will start with the last speaker. First and foremost, I started off by saying that we should not be playing politics with the pandemic. Sir, his commentary there, sir, is the most political of all the statements concerning the pandemic. This side of the House has been supported. We have been asking, every member that got up and spoke, encouraged our country, all our country, to get vaccinated. The reason why people are not being vaccinated is because of the ambiguous message that's being said. The mistrust, I said that, the mistrust. And if you don't change your rhetoric, we will not proceed. We will not proceed. So, Mr. Speaker, I do hope that the other side reconsiders their position, how we can fight this pandemic, sir. Sir, the minister said that the PSA is one of the worst agreements in the world. Worst agreements that we had. Sir, if it's so bad, Mr. Speaker, if it's so bad, why don't you change it? We on this side of the House have said over and over again, if it's a bad deal, we support you to go and change it. It's an act of lunacy for you to say that is the worst deal and you're still committed to it. So the ball is in your court. The ball is in your court. If you want to fix it and show us. Fix it and show us. Sir, one of the most telling statements from the Minister of Natural Resources is that the PPP planted the mangroves so therefore they have the right to cut them down. That is the minister that is responsible for the stewardship of mangroves and our natural resources. Because you planted the mangroves, sir, that is the whole reason, the background why we have this motion. With that sort of mentality, sir, That sort of mentality, you can see where we will go. Because you planted it, you must cut it down. Sir, then he made a sweeping statement. I mean, I would excuse him, sir, for newness, sir, that he hasn't been properly briefed or anything like and such like that. He made a sweeping statement that we did no land reclamation project. That's not true, sir. We did one in Mardia, we did one in Olive Tree. You can go and check your records. You have to, when you come to the National Assembly, speak the truth and speak the truth always. Mr. Speaker, then he went on to talk about Houston. The genesis of this motion is the ill effects of unplanned development. That, sir, is that's the purpose of the motion, that we have no more misfollies. MP Ramjatan explained to you what happens. MP Sabita Sarbo Hali explained to you what happens. The dump site was a prime example. The dump site in the middle of the city. That explains why you must have planned development. But, Mr. Speaker, the most interesting part, and obviously I was so glad that he made mention of it, and you allowed him to make mention of it, so obviously you allow me to respond, that we are unaware that he's adjusted the permit to bring in a fine of $30 US per ton in excess of flaring. So, and you allowed him to say, and he made a lot of hoo-hoo and hoobala, sir, about that we would be getting $1.2 million. But here is the real truth about it, sir. Here is the real truth about it, sir. With their fabricated 40 billion cubic feet allowance that they have allowed the company a free passage to flare before you start applying the fine, sir. First and foremost, the $30 US per ton is the lowest. It is the lowest in the industry. The average in the industry is $65 to $85 per ton. Sir, so he's coming shouting and hoovering that we will be getting $1.2 billion. But here is what we've lost. Here is what we've lost with the 4 billion cubic feet which you've allowed, sir. The real value of the 4 billion that they are allowed to flare, they have been allowed to flare without any fine, sir, is $30 million US. They have lost $30 million US. And you can challenge me. You can challenge me. I'm on the floor. You can challenge me to see where I get that figure from, sir. Sir, on top of that, sir, they have included in the revised permit, same thing I'm not saying there, that the company has 60 days to flare before any fines being put, sir. Here, at the current rate of flaring, sir, which is approximately 100,000 barrels, sir, I'm using that. Here is what that 60-day period is. $50 million US. Sir, the revised permit which this gentleman is boasting about, sir, will cost the Guyanese public $45 million US. And you can challenge me whenever you want, wherever you want, sir. And if you want, sir, if he wants, I can actually explain to him because of how you get it. But I don't want to use my time. Sir, the government is coming for $10 billion. The government is coming for $10 billion supplementary. They've laid it here, for the damages done to our flood. Sir, we on our side of the house support any effort that will bring relief to our people. However, sir, it's unacceptable for the government to be drawing these funds from the consolidated fund, while at the same time providing companies with free passes. These monies that have been given away could have been put to better use. Sir, better use like paying our public servants, sir, an increase in salary. Interim, we've called on this type of interim increase of 10%, sir. Sir, we've heard stories. Sir, $45 million, that's what the revised permit is allowing the companies to flare without penalty, sir. Sir, we've heard about Robin Hood, who stole from the rich to give to the poor, sir. Now what we have here, sir, is the PPP, sir. They're stealing from the poor to give to the rich. Reverse Robin Hood. Reverse Robin Hood, sir. Sir, and then we had the minister, sorry, let me get this right. The minister within the office of the presidency with responsibility for finance. The Honorable Ashley saying, sir, he got up and it's the most amazing presentation by a senior minister. Sir, I'll start off. He asked, why did the AP and UAFC do a land use policy and a zone policy, sir? Why we didn't start anything? It's amazing he doesn't know that we did. We did, sir. They stopped it. They stopped it. That's why there's a motion here, sir. We did it. Sir, the committee with the interstaff, with the lands and surveys, all the RDCs, CHMPA, Ministry of Natural Resources, Department of Energy, EPA, Ministry of Communities, Ministry of Public Infrastructure. Sir, we started it and it was almost completed. They stopped it. Sir, he was in Fiji. Oh, sorry. Sir, and the most galling of his presentation, he had the audacity, sir. I hope that's not unparliamentary. The audacity to come and say that there are no new projects left by the AP and UAFC. Sir, that's what he said. I'm sure you were in the chair, sir. Maybe, but, sir, and he presented both, well, he didn't present budget 2020, he presented budget 2021. The honorable member, sir. Sir, I asked him, whose projects are these? And I'm going to name them. The Linden to Mabur Road, which is coming for supplementary. That's our project. Sir, the 47 megawatts generator, which they said would serve no benefit when they came into the Guyanese province, sir. They're desperate. They are absolutely desperate to get it finished, sir, because blackouts all over the place. They can't manage it. That's our project, sir. Sir, the solar farms are in about 2021, the 2021 that you are doing in Madia, Laguan, Bartica, and Latem. Those are our projects. Those are our projects. And you can bring anybody, indisputable. Sir, the hydro project in Kumu and Makamaka. Those are our projects, the no new projects, sir. For 3 times, sir, 3 times under that administration, they tried to get Kato Hydro off the ground and failed abysmally. This AP and UAFC government got it off the ground and it's going to be commissioned this year. Sir, we have solar farms in Anna and other indigenous communities. This side of the house initiated it. How dare you come and tell us that we have no new projects, sir? Sir, the much touted gas to shore project, that's our project, sir. They have done nothing new. They have just dust off. They have done nothing new. They can't come to the public and tell them what additional studies. They're now doing geotechnical studies and those things. They took every single document that was left there, sat down and said, oh, this is our project. And the and the Minister of Natural Resources boasting about the energy transition and those things. All of that, sir, all of that is this side of the house. Sir, not to be done there, sir. How do they have the audacity to say that? The Latam airport, sir. It's in this year's budget. Sir, there was all of them, sir. They had a whole entourage of persons to open the runway. That was our project, sir. Sir, the bridge over Kubukari, that's our project, sir. Sir, the upgrade to the Parika Stalin, sir, it's in the budget. That's our project. How can you come here? How can you dare come and say there is no new project? Sir, they're just sitting here and pidgey-wigging, but you can't fool the people because the records are there. Mr. Speaker, then the Honorable Minister spoke about the Mila Falls. And he blamed this side of the house for the failure of Mila Falls. And I want to put it on record, sir. I would like to put it on record, sir. The Mila Falls is conceived by that side of the house with a Ponzi scheme. It was a retirement fund for certain members over that side, sir. It was, sir. And of course, that is why they're better. Because some persons in that house said that they're going farm.
Honorable members, I'm hearing thief, thief, and who is stealing, please. I didn't.
Persons that got up and said that they're going into retirement, they couldn't retire. Why? The Ponzi scheme wasn't there, sir. The IDB said there was never a project. What they said they will do? What they said they will do is try and help the government of Guyana to make a project. And what help they did? Carry their staff to the Chinese investors, begging them to reduce their interest rates and the other financing rate to make the project feasible. But no, forget the hydrology and those things like that. I'm talking refining. But, sir, if the honorable minister thought it was such a good project, why does he bring a motion here? And let us debate it, let us lay it bare for the country to see. For no longer is there any question of proprietary information that you can't disclose the facts. All the facts are there. Sir, so if he thinks it's such a great project, bring a motion, let us debate it. Let us lay bare the Ponzi scheme that they had, sir. Sir, not being able to be able to retire on the Ponzi scheme of the Manifesto, sir, they have switched to the gas to shore project. Sir, a project that's supposed to cost this country no more than $600 million US is now $1.225 billion. Every single aspect, the consultants that came to that, every single aspect of that project is overinflated. And it's overinflated, sir, and it's all for the boys. The consultancy, sir, went to a member of the government side. The consultancy went to the member. And they can challenge me if they want to. No one would want to do that. Right? Mr. Speaker, they cannot come to this house and try to deceive this house about what we have accomplished. Sir, this motion we brought here, sir, came in good faith. We came and we said, oh, listen to me, let's work together, let's develop a land use policy. Sir, the Honorable Minister obviously needs to go back to school about land use policies and those things like that. I won't waste my time, sir. I would not, and I know you're nodding because you know that he's trying to mislead the house, sir. Right? But I won't waste my time going over there. Sir, then I go back to the beginning where it all started. Sir, the Minister of Public Works got up and obviously regaled this National Assembly about a deep water harbor that came under the PPP. And I say yes. That's the idea the PPP came on the idea. Sir, in January of 2019, there was a study commissioned and financed by the International Development Bank. And it was done by MTBS. The final report was prepared in January of 2019. Sir, and it took into consideration everything the PP has done, sir. Asher and Woodbury in 1998. Sir, they even had a study done by the government of India in 2010. And you know what the outcome was with the Deepwater Harbor in Burby, sir? Impossible. Impossible. First thing in the sector, impossible. The sector, if you're going to do anything there, you have to build a new bridge. You have to build a new bridge. The existing bridge, sir, they haven't spoken about that. The existing floating bridge has a maximum weight capacity of 30 gross tons, not axle weight capacity. So it's absolutely an act of lunacy to put a deep water port over in Berbice and you can't even cross the bridge with whatever land is there. So the people said, unless you're going to build a new bridge, it's an absolutely impossible idea. But of course, the honorable member could come and try and regale the people and tell them and seek to reinvent facts, sir, because that's what he does. But you can go on the IDB website. You can go on the IDB website. MTDS out of Netherlands, Holland. Sir, the honorable member, Public Works, made a statement. The studies that we did, sir, the studies that we did were only to identify where to give out land. Hogwash, sir. Absolute hogwash. Here is what we inherited. Here is what we inherited, sir. East Coast, East Bank Bypass Road. $50 million. It's gone back right there. Where was it passing through, sir? Every single, because the biggest land grab and distribution occurred ever in the history of this country, occurred between 2011 and 2015. The entire East Bank was given away. We went to court, we tried to get it back, we were unsuccessful. I think the Honorable Attorney General represented them, so he knows exactly what it is. We tried to get back. And sir, that bypass road, you know where it passed? Smack in the middle of the lands that they gave away. And he has the gall to come and tell us our studies was to give away land. When they gave away land and they're implementing it now. And they're implementing it now. Sir, that was all. And then they reduced the road, sir, and it's just gone back to serve the people that they give the land between 2011 and 2015. Our study opened up. We went to open virgin land to benefit and we connected. Not only what they're doing now, sir, we connected South, Agricola, Eccles, Maka, sir. Why would you want to bypass Maka? What have the people in Maka done to you, other than not vote for you? Nothing. Nothing, sir. Yeah. So why would you bypass all these persons there, sir? And then come and say to the people of Guyana that you're all for them. That you're there to develop all of Guyana. And the PPP represents all Guyana. And you're bypassing people willfully. Willfully, sir.
Honorable member, you've laid a lot of things at my footsteps, so please be careful with the use. I'll give you back the minute.
My apologies, sir. I thought that slip of the tongue, no fault to the mind, sir. No, that's all right. No, he's changed. He's now our honorable impartial speaker. Oil and gas is in good hands, sir. That's what the honorable member said. I can't agree more, sir. You know what hands they are? Sticky fingers. They like to say that. They like to say that, sir. They're now dipping their hands in the trough. And they had a lot of time, sir, to practice their finger dipping, sir. And they're now going and they're dipping their hands and extracting at will, sir. Sir, the honorable member in there, sir, one of the most laughable statements. Thank you, that's Parliament. Made one of the most laughable statements. He asked, what have we done to protect the environment? What have we done to protect the environment? Sir, you mean, sir, it's almost a an alternate universe when you come to speak in this Parliament, sir. Let me start off, sir. All of them, all of the honorable members over that side got up and said, glowingly about our transition from heavy fuel oil to clean fuel. The honorable member natural resources, all of them showed to be. That, sir, is us. From start to finish, sir, we were even able to convince Norway, one of the greenest of the green nations, when they saw our energy transition plan. Sir, the minister, the honorable minister of Norway said that they had an epiphany. They had an epiphany, and sir, I'm saying this with a Hansard. Sir, I'm saying this with a Hansard, sir. Sir, for the money that was set aside, and of course, now that's why I would like him, the honorable minister, to bring the Milo Falls project here. The $80 million that was set aside and placed in the IDB's account for the Milo Falls, the Kingdom of Norway said, yo, you all are on a good thing. Far superior to anything that PP ever did. Take that $80 million and contribute and build 3 10 megawatts solar plant to augment your transition. He asked, what have we done for the environment, sir? Sir, we revised, sir, the Sea Defense Act. We revised the Sea Defense Act. Sir, we revised the National Energy Policy, sir, which they're now working with. They haven't changed it. And he's asking, what have we done for the environment, sir? So we have the Green State Development Strategy. You know what I mean? And the honorable member can get up here and say, what have we done for the environment? Sir, then the honorable member spoke about the moratorium on shore base. Sir, that's exactly why we have this motion here, sir. So every Tom, Dick, and Harry was throwing up shore base. No, he didn't have the brains. But, sir, people were building over our canal. Sir, there's even one person who built in the channel. Started in the channel where the main navigation on the way up to the Demerara River. Build a wharf in the channel. Sir, it was a Wild West. And, sir, as a responsible government, we said, hold on. This is not the old with the Wild West, as Comrade said. It's not a gold rush. Let us sit down and decide and make exactly what this motion is. Make a confirmed and consorted decision so that the country can benefit. Sir, contrast that to what is being done now. You can clear mangroves whenever you want, however you want, sir. You can do whatever you want, and then the government will say, oh, you do it, we'll fix it. As opposed to what we were attempting to do. Fix it and then let them build it. Field of dreams, build it and they will come. That's what the PPP were all about. Sir, as I said before, the honorable member Indar said, strange of comments, that the government has no control where investors go. Sir, that's a direct quote. I wrote it down. Government has no control where investors go. That, sir, is the reason why we brought this motion. Because if a government abdicates their duty for the people and the development of the people, to international investors or private investors, sir, we will have chaos. That's exactly what we have here, sir. Anyone that is a friend of the government side can go and do what he wants and how he wants, and the rest of the country has to pay the price. Sir, EPA, sir, we were working diligently to strengthen, to professionalize, sir. Right, is a poor shadow, sir. EPA, I don't even know what EPA does, because in EPA right now, ministers are picking up the phone and said, what about the permits for X, Y, and Z? These, how many said they had 15 or 20 permits? They're picking up the phone, sir, and said, when are you approving? No EIAs, no nothing at all. Sir, they approved 2 quarries. They approved 2 quarries and said that you don't need an environmental impact assessment. First time in living history that you'd have blasting, sir. We know blasting, bomb, boom. Dynamite and all these things, sir. disturbing the ecology. And EPA gets up and says, you don't need an EIA. So that's what we're dealing with now. That is what we're dealing with now, sir. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Member Cummins spoke about a national maritime plan. And the Minister of Public Works spoke about, and he's glowing, and he was happy. When they came in, there were only 40 ships on the Demerara River, sir. There are now 700. Sir, let me tell this assembly what we left there, sir. We recognize, sir, the Maritime Authority and all our shipping acts, sir, was made and written for containerized cargo. Now, at no time was there did we envisage the oil and gas sector. Sir, so we sought international assistance to restructure MARAD, to make it more in sync, make it more adoptable, make it better so it can regulate the oil and gas ministry. That's gone out the window. They don't need that. They didn't increase the staff. They haven't done anything like that. They moved where the building is supposed to be, sir. MARAD owns a piece of land, sir. Sir, here how the PPP operates. They build the Marriott, block out the lighthouse. They didn't even think about it, block out the lighthouse. Only when ships were started going to Australia, they realized, oh, you need a lighthouse, sir. So they put the pool staff on top of the Marriott in a little cuckoo. That's exactly what it is, sir. We said here, you have to build a modern office for MARAD, 700 ships. Great a day. Sir, so we started, they had a tender, we started. They canceled it, and of course, one of the prime drivers behind where MARAD is, they must be able to see the coastline. They must be able to see what's going on. Sir, so we had a building, which was given over to Marriott. They stopped the project. They said, no. Friends and family again, no. It's too valuable land, sir, because it's on the shore. It should be used for direct quote, oil and gas activities. Yeah, oh, no, don't matter, man. We're on the internet. It doesn't matter if they cut us off, sir. That's all right, sir. So there's no improvement. There's no plan to improve the maritime sector. Sir, we paid for an international consultant and a local consultant come and revise and review all our maritime acts. Exactly every single thing, sir. It was a massive big volume. And I will confess, sir, I usually read everything. I haven't read it all. It was so voluminous. Sir, it's a book standing there in the Honorable Minister. It's too many words. Too many words, sir. No pictures, too many words there, sir. So, Mr. Speaker, I come back to why we must have this move. And why, sir, and why is the PPP so mortally afraid of supporting a motion which calls for preference, not sole and singular, preference for areas which are their constituencies. Why is it? What is wrong with the people in Berbice? Should they be sugarcane harvesters all their life? A little known fact, sir. The majority of our seafarers, qualified seafarers, come from New Amsterdam. So if come from New Amsterdam, sir, I and all was surprised, sir. They come from New Amsterdam and the Berbice River area. I can't tell you the genesis of that. Sir, so they have a captive technical pool there. What is wrong with giving preference to the people in Berbice? Sir, listen to me. I don't know. It may or may not be in my lifetime if sugar ever come back in Guyana. Sir, but there's a real and present development project that could be done in Berbice, sir. And there's a real and present development project that can be done in Bartica. What is it? What is wrong about going on executable, sir? Region 7 and those places. Why are you afraid to embrace the recommendations? I would have thought the government would have said, brought an amendment to the motion which said, listen to me, within the 5 years, we will do X, Y, and Z. So, but they didn't do that. They rejected the people of Berbice out of hand. They rejected the people of Essequibo out of hand. Out of hand. And, sir, they will go, sir, I saw them there, the cameraman is gone, and so I saw them there running outside. And they'll go, sir, and tell all sorts of fabrications about what occurred here today. They put their own spin on it, sir. But fortunately, sir, thank you for the World Wide Web. What is wrong, sir, with a multi-stakeholder task force? So the multi-stakeholder task force is not only opposition, try to test it. So you could get the developers as well, sir, or the oil and gas. Sir, there were like 4 or 5 different oil and gas groupings. They can be in it. Every single relevant stakeholder can be in it, and we could all sit down and give our thoughts, give our ideas, give our vision, and then you come with a comprehensive plan, sir. But no, sir. They have all the ideas themselves, and they're fearful. They are fearful, sir, that if you include the opposition, we will outshine them, which we normally do. We will show up their inadequacies. So what they do, sir, is exclude all of us. Sir, I'm timing it as well, sir. I'm timing it as well, sir. What is it, sir, to tell the international agencies, sir? They are billion-dollar companies. What is it to say to them? Hold on. Give Guyana 6 months so that we could at least start righting this ship, balance it, putting some balance in it, so therefore we could actually come out with a consorted, a unified position. A unified position as government, opposition, private sector, and every single person. But no, not them, sir. What is it, sir? What is it, sir, to tell these private developers that you can't close up and fill in canals? You can't fill in waterways. Why can't we tell them that? Batty lion, please. Sir, that's what's happening now, sir. They're filling in canals. Sir, it's decimated. I don't know whether the Minister of Agriculture, well, last he went down to Meadowbank, the fishery place down there. Every fisherman is complaining about diminished catch. Every single one of them, sir. Why, sir? I don't know. It can be, but we can get to that. Sir, they are being crowded out. They are being crowded out. Sir, sleight of hand, sir, 2 new fish trawler license. 2 new trawler licenses were given away, sir. The industry is on their knees. The industry is on their knees. And when the industry objected, hear what they did, sir. I'll tell everyone here. Hear what they did. Sir, we had our PIUAFC, we had a fuel agreement with them, whereby the Trawlers Association, sir, benefited from duty-free fuel. They would have to buy the fuel, GEA would market, but they paid no tax on it. When they objected, to say that the 2 new trawler licenses you give away will cripple us, you know what they did? Withheld the fuel agreement to shut them up. Further putting their knee on the necks of the fisher folks. So that is the type of government that we have. Brute force. Brute force, sir. Sir, you come here, sir, and they're pidgey winging, as they would say. That's not unparliamentary. Pidgey winging about loving there for all the country, and they are for this. Sir, Linden. My colleagues spoke about Linden. Isn't Linden part of Guyana? Region 10 is not part of Guyana, sir. It's in Region 5. isn't reaching 5 parts of Guyana as well, sir. Why are we bypassing them? Why are we not bringing them to the table? Even if you're not going to do it, I have to say to them that this is our plan. You may not be first up, but you're second or third. These are the things we want to do. Train your people in X, Y, Z, so that they could benefit. Why? Why, sir, do they find that egregious, sir? So, I'm glad that the PM is paying apt attention. I told him I'm going to speak for as much as you allow me to speak. When I spoke first, sir, he said he would have fallen asleep, sir. But sir, I'm looking straight in my eyes, sir. You know, you could. Why aren't you falling to sleep now? Because, sir, the truth shall set you free. The truth shall set you free. Sir, there's a saying. There is a saying that I really like, sir. Fancy gallop don't win race.
Fancy gallop don't win race.
PM, you know about that. So all that fancy gallop and pingy doing and you all doing there, sir, the people are seeing. Your slip is showing. Yeah. Oh, well, you mean, come on. I never said you mean, but I mean, if your slip is showing, it's showing. Make sure it got no holes in it. So, Mr. Speaker, as I wind up and I ask the honorable members over on that side to reconsider support for this motion, sir. It's asked for 4 simple resolve. Sir, 4 simple resolve clause, sir. 4 single, sir. 1, establish a multi-stakeholder task force. Sir, even if you want to exclude the opposition, have this, establish a task force, invite everybody else. We will do what we're doing here now, sir, and talk whenever and wherever we have the opportunity. But don't spike the people because of the opposition. That's exactly what they're doing. Because of the opposition, do not do that, sir. Sir, we asked for land use policy, sir. I won't even go into the lunacy that the honorable minister brought finance, spoke about land use policy and all those things like that. Just to say, sir, that is incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. Not the first time. Sir, we asked for that preference be given to our outlying users. We, as a government, had a policy to connect. Yes, we have a government had a policy to connect the hinterland with the coast, sir. All the development, sir, is concentrated in a very small sliver of land. Our natural resources, except oil, sir. Even oil is off the sliver of land. And we can't bring our entire people, we can't bring our indigenous communities, sir. We can't bring our indigenous communities up to the required standard of living unless we pay special attention to them. How will they benefit from the oil and gas sector, sir? How will they benefit the oil and gas sector, sir? That is the policy we're looking for, sir. And then finally, sir, we're asking that they say to our international partners who we welcome with open arms, sir. We welcome them with open arms, sir, but they must obey our rules. They can't come and flare what they want, when they want, and how they want, sir. We have rules and we have regulations, sir. They can't, sir, come as the honorable members say, come and open taxi service, sir, and take it from our people, sir. The honorable member Figueroa made a very passionate plea for local content. Sir, all of these things have to be addressed. Sir, with that closing, sir, I'd like to reiterate anything, sir. Sir, there's a man there, a gentleman, an honorable gentleman, shouting the asphalt plant, sir. The most modern asphalt plant in the Caribbean. The most modern asphalt plant in the Caribbean, sir, was bought and placed and installed by the AP and UAFC government, sir. Sir, they bought an old smoky. Environmental haphazard, or all smoky. They never had the vision. They never had the vision to even modernize. But of course, sir, they will try to diminish our achievement. That's okay. That's politics. But you can't fool the people. They know what they see. They know what is there, sir. Sir, and I could tell you, sir, I'm looking, sir, I have, don't have to raise it, sir. I have 5 minutes left. Right? Yes, good. 5 minutes left. Sir, let me tell you, just as in closing, as the honorable member mentioned, sir, the Ashford plant. Sir, while they were in charge, the Prime Minister, the former ministers and all of them said to this country that they can't have a roundabout. I want to remember that, but you know why? Guyanese drivers are too indisciplined and stupid to have a roundabout.
That's what they said.
That's what they said, sir. They can kill each other. I only make that as an example, sir, to tell you the great capacity that Guyanese have, sir. The adaptability, sir. Lord, to give them the chance and the opportunity, they will adopt, and they will adopt for the better. And that is what we're asking for. Give all Guyanese, sir, the opportunity. And sir, if you don't do that, sir, this perpetual war that we have here called elections and politics and those things like that will bring us down. Will bring us down, sir. Every 5 years, sir, and the next 5 years, 2025, when they're out, sir, and if every government comes in and every 5 years we scrap all the plans, all the good things that the previous administration would have done, so we will be standing still. And that's exactly, sir, what the PPP are doing. So they would like to give the impression that nothing was done. Nothing was done, sir, but I just told the honorable member there, all the projects, and he'll come, sir. He will come on Monday to defend a supplementary budget where there's money in it for projects to be integrated. And he'll come, sir, and they'll give some sort of fanciful excuse on all their social media and all their things, saying, oh, well, we had thought of it when we were in the bathroom. And apparently, whoever they thought when they were in the bathroom, that we peep on them when they were in the bathroom and we stole those plans. That's how it sounds to me. That's how it sounds, sir. But sir, the motion is not about the opposition. It is not about the government. It's about the government. It's about the people of Guyana and the future of Guyana. If we would like to be the Dubai of the Caribbean, these are the sort of initial steps that we have to take. So, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand on standing order toward 9.2 to make clarifications to a few inaccuracies that was mentioned by the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Honorable Members, 39.2 says, a minister may conclude a debate on a motion which is critical of the government or reflects adversely on. Honorable Minister, I will give you 10 minutes to make your point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, let me deal with the issue of the quarry. It has been insinuated by the Honorable Member that quarry licenses were granted to at least 2 operators without any permit from the EPA. This, Mr. Speaker, is not true. I want to put that on record, and I challenge the Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Members, language.
On a point of order.
What's the point of order, Honorable Minister?
Sir, 44 to serve elucidation. I said a quarry license was granted without
Honorable, just first, before you could talk, I want to know the point of order. If you're going to seek elucidation, I have to ask the Honorable Member to give way. If he doesn't want to
Sir,
give
but you heard what I said, though. Sir, you heard 40A, sir. On the 40A, I set up forage license without the need for EIA. Not EIA, sir.
Honorable member, honorable minister, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, EMP was issued, and I think the honorable member knows that, and it is a phased development. So the ESIA will be done subsequently as the phased development is happening. Mr. Speaker, it is strange that the honorable member, who was once the Minister of Public Infrastructure, to speak or to criticize this development when they were in government and as minister. We were importing over 200,000 tons of aggregates every single year when we have the resources right here in Guyana. But the APNU AFC government decided they are not going to issue any license because no friend or no family or no crony applied for any such license. So I just want to clarify that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member spoke on Marriott. But the Marriott in Guyana is one of the most booked Marriott in the world as we speak right now. As we speak right now. And the very member, Mr. Speaker, when he was minister, enjoyed the Marriott. The Cabinet Sectorial Committee on Oil and Gas was meeting at the Marriott almost every single day to decide how we develop the oil and gas sector in Guyana. Those meetings took place at the Marriott. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, in 2016, there was a private invitation sent to a number of companies to build shore-based companies in Guyana. And those presentations were done at the Marriott again, at the very Marriott that the Speaker is speaking of. Mr. Speaker, further to that, the honorable member mentioned about the glorious APNU AFC energy mix, the energy mix plan that the Kingdom of Norway welcomed. But what the honorable member did not say is that the Kingdom of Norway withhold the monies that we are now trying to access so that it could benefit Guyana. Mr. Speaker, further to that, the honorable member mentioned about GPL and electricity. But the honorable member did not say that GPL had no board for 2 years. And the honorable member's minister was acting, usurping the authority of the board. Mr. Speaker, further the honorable member spoke about the 14 billion cubic. That is acceptable. But what he did not say, that was the ESIA that was submitted for the Liza field or development under their government. And it was accepted by them. The environmental permit that was issued was for 20 years, which is illegal. Thanks to the Vice President and Attorney General, we changed that to 5 years. The environmental permit was 20 years to merit the production license, and that by itself is illegal. There was no provision for fines. There was no provision for fees for flaring. And if you look at the motion, Mr. Speaker, if you look at one in the motion and you hear the honorable member speak, he's asking us to bring the Liza permit up to date with the Payara permit. The Payara permit was done by the PPP civic government 1 month after taking office. 1 month after taking office. So, Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC was talk, no action. Studies. The honorable member is claiming that the gas to shore project was started by the APNU AFC. How is it that a study, Mr. Speaker, is the beginning or the starting of a project? We are doing that now, Mr. Speaker. So to come to the National Assembly and to take credit for projects that we are doing and to try to gain cheap political points will not get you anywhere. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to correct and put on record the inaccuracies that were mentioned in the presentation by the honorable member. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, the motion having been proposed and debated, I will now put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The
Division.
noes have it.
Division.
Mr. Clerk, can you take the division, please? We are going to ring the bell, and we are also taking note of those persons who are on virtually. I would just like to put on alert our technicians so that we can see the persons who are on virtually and hear their vote.
We normally give about 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, to allow for members who may be in the washroom to get in. So I'll start.
Let's give it 5 minutes. We are giving 5 minutes. The minister concluded at 11:27, so at 11:32, we're going to start taking the division. You can always bring a motion challenging that decision, Mr. Mahipal. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Schumann. Mr. Sears. Mr. Sears.
Yes.
Mr. Figuera.
Yes.
Mr. Sinclair. Mr. Jai Prashad. Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Ramsaru?
Yes.
Miss Philadelphia?
Yes.
Mrs. Flu Bess?
Yes.
Mr. Mahipal?
Yes.
Mr. Holder?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Henry?
Yes.
Miss Finance?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Mr. Singh Lewis?
Yes.
Mrs. Walton Desir?
Yes.
Mr. Rajkumar?
Yes.
Mrs. Hughes?
Yes.
Miss McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Patterson?
Yes.
Miss Ferguson?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mrs. Chandan Edmond?
Yes.
Mrs. Sarabo Halley?
Yes.
Dr. Cummins?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Hastings Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Trotman?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mr. Ramjatan?
Yes.
Mr. Harmon?
Yes.
Miss Veerasamy?
No.
Mr. Williams?
No.
Dr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Jaffer Ali?
No.
Dr. Westford?
No.
Dr. Ramsaran? Mr. Spearson Fredericks?
No.
Mr. Narayan?
No.
Mr. Datadin?
No.
Dr. Mahadio? Mr. Charlie?
No.
Mr. Siraj? Mr. McCoy?
No.
Mr. A. Prasad? Mr. Indar?
No.
Miss Rodriguez?
No.
Miss Farag?
No.
Mr. Ramson?
No.
Dr. V. Prasad?
No.
Mr. Kroll?
No.
Mr. Dharamlal?
No.
Mr. Bharat?
No.
Mr. Hamilton?
No.
Miss Sukai?
No.
Mr. Mustafa? Miss Manik Chand?
No. No.
Dr. Anthony? Bishop Edgel?
No.
Mr. Todd?
No.
Mr. Shearer?
No.
Mr. Nandlal?
No.
Mr. Jaglio?
No.
Mr. Phillips?
No.
One. Mr. Speaker, 31 members voted for the motion with 33 against.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion is defeated. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of the Assembly to Monday, the 14th of June at 2 p.m.
Honorable members, the Assembly now stands adjourned to Monday,